Boo. We're so Barack Hussein Obama. What's up, Angelum? How's it going, buddy? A lot of Warhammer deep dives. Warhammer lore deep dives. Nice. Epic. Love to see it. Speaking of Warhammer, they, End Times DLC has had some announcements for Total War Warhammer 3. And we are going to get a couple of fun things. Like, for example, Glotkin are now confirmed. Nagash was already going to be here. But now the Glotkin are coming, and they're being tied to the Warriors of Chaos, which is interesting. The Glotkin are specifically being tied there. Chaos Siege Giants, the Basilisk, Putrid Blight Kings, so the Demonkin of Nurgle. And what else? I know there's already been confirmation of the Cult of Ulrich and Toddy! Fucking Toddy! Boris Todbringer is being elevated into an official legendary lord for the Empire. Even though he's always been there, it's kind of a bit of a meme. And he's got a nice facelift as well. Although I will miss the old model, because he's a bit of a meme. He's a bit of a meme. He's funny. There's a couple of other things that do need to probably be addressed in that DLC that still needs to be announced, specifically with the Skaven. And then some of the Order Tide factions need to get some stuff. I know that the endgame scenarios are also being reworked, which is good, because the current version of the endgame scenarios are kind of shit, to be honest. It's not that they're shit. They're just not very, like, they lack a lot of depth. That's the more correct thing. Because all the AI does is spawn, like, 50 trillion armies, and everyone's just at war with one another. It's like, alright, I mean, unless it's, like, turn 10 or whatever. If you're, like, already an established, like, position, that's not too hard or whatever, because you're just gonna be running around with like doom stacks and stuff, and it's just like, all right, well, I'm just gonna like turn everything into mulch. All right, whatever, and then you just like move on with your life. So long as you have appropriate forces in areas and you have like some form of like a relatively defensible position like established, you'll probably be okay. The only things that are missing now is A, Thankful, and the Skaven, because the Skaven, the Vermintide happens during the end times. So the Skaven are obviously going to get some goodies, and it's probably going to be Gracier Thankful. AKA, basically the most Scooby-Doo villain of Scooby-Doo villains in Warhammer. He's very cartoonish, which is what makes him fantastic. It's what makes Thankful great. And then there's also something needs to be addressed in terms of the High Elves and the whole shit with Kane. Although a lot of the end times units for the High Elves have already been brought in, like the Sylvan Guard. So I'm not really sure what they're going to do exactly. Like maybe they'll cook something up with James Workshop. I mean, there was the High Elf DLC not that long ago with Slanesh, Norska, and the High Elves, obviously, with the High Elf Sea Patrol, with Sea Lord Acelin. So there's that. Don't know what they're gonna cook. They'll cook up something. They'll cook up something. I'm not really sure what they will though. Cook up. I'm yapping about Total War Warhammer News, which is a game that I do like a lot. It's a good game. They also need to cook something up more for Tzeentch, because Tzeentch has been kind of left out because of the first initial shitty DLC. So they also need to cook up something for the main Chaos God Islay, that being Tzeentch. I find it interesting how much right-wing chuddy groups like latching onto Warhammer, even though the story is very much so fascist and conservative religion is a really, really bad thing. You should not like this. Well, I've talked about this before, Angel, but the reasoning behind that is because conservatives are stupid. Yeah, it's because they're stupid. Yeah, it's because they're stupid. They're very, very stupid individuals who don't understand what media critique is. And as a result, since they don't understand what media critique is, they don't understand, or not media critique. They don't understand what media analysis is. That's the correct term. They don't understand what media analysis is, and since they don't understand what media analysis is, obviously they're not going to understand anything about Warhammer, which is a satirical franchise. So, yeah. It just boils down to conservatives are just, they're not the brightest, unfortunately. Yeah. You take heretics, you turn them to bio-androids against their wills. Sign me up. Well, that's because they actually like that kind of stuff. They like, well, pillage and murder, basically. Conservatives are really evil. Yes, the Emperor of Mankind would not like them, to be honest. The Ecclesiarchy would like them because they are dogmatic and extremely zealotous and very stupid. So they're like pretty easy to sort of control. Which is what the Imperium likes the most. They like very stupid people that are very, very easy to just puppet around. And conservatives are that to a bit of a T. But don't tell them that, because they would just, like, I don't know, cope and seethe about it or something. I don't know. Like, whatever. Ooh, we got a purple slug. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're just dealing with with a faction of individuals that are just not very bright. That's really about it. Alright, so 84 staters. We need 200. So I need another 116. Okay. We'll grab some wire. Make those staters. And then with those staters, we're going to make the motors that we need to have hard drives be searchable with the object scanner. And with the mod that we have markers that we can put on top of them to make finding those hard drives easier. And then we just have to take a bunch of random bullshit with us. Which is interesting, because I think the Deathcore of Krieg are stupid. Kind of dig their looks. But why must you send untold millions to die to atone for their sins that you and your ancestors never committed? Because that's what makes them cool. And it's because they have because with a lot of the regiments of the Guard, they are representations of real life military forces, generally speaking. It depends on the regiment, of course. For a lot of them. But the Kriegsmen, they are a representation of World War I Germany. That's their motif, that's their shtick. It's very, very obvious. And since we're dealing with James Workshop here, they love also the pop culture references. So, for example, Catachan Jungle Fighters is just a bunch of Rambos. There's one Rambo in the movie world. In Warhammer, there's a planet of them. Right? You know, pop culture references, movie references. Yeah, you know, shit like that, right? Very, very common line of behavior for James Workshop. They love their pop culture references. So that's like one of the main things specifically with Games Workshop. They love pop culture stuff. Another thing is a lot of it is a representation of real military forces. So Armageddon Steel Legion, that's World War II Germany, specifically the Wehrmacht. Acadia is essentially like your run-of-the-mill sort of I was gonna say like a U.S. military, and not exactly, but they're supposed to be like run-of-the-mill sort of like military forces. If it was given like a 40k sort of flavor, of course, Acadia is the main Astra Militarum regiment that you always see in popular media. It's always Cadians. I think another one's like this a more obscure one, like the Lucifer Blacks. I think the Lucifer Blacks are like a bunch of Janissary looking dudes. Yeah, Morty and Iron Guard, I think, are supposed to be like especially given their uniforms, I think like World War I French, I think. Tolerant Desert Fighters, that's like Lawrence of Arabia, very much so World War I fighting within the Middle East, is what that's a call to, mostly. Who else? I mean, there's so many. There's a lot. Okay, so do I have the motors in my fucking inventory? I did not, no. Dogs. Waff? So we just need that number to get to 82 then? Waff? Alright, now we wait for this number of motors to get to 82. That's what we're looking for. Oh boy, I love handcrafting. My favorite thing to do is handcraft. How exciting. Decision desk. Mostly looking at the stuff for the Colorado primaries. Has it been called on MSNBC? Or NBC? No, not yet. But the lead is... the lead is certainly, widening. 73% in 48.6% of the vote for Milat Kudos in comparison to Dejet. So she's probably going to win because the vote's only been going more and more in the direction of Kuros. So, yeah, it's not looking good in particular for the centrists. They just they keep losing. Did Kornacki call it? Well, well, well. After this, it'll be time to run around like a dickhead. I keep seeing everyone saying that it's basically over. I mean, it is probably absolutely over. I do have to say, seeing all of the loser centrist types be mad about this is always just always music to my ears. Lovely. God damn it. I need to throw together a quick object scanner. It's annoying. Alright. The fuck? Oh, because you're supposed to click confirm. Okay, whatever, dude.
Object scanner magnetic sensitivity increased. It can now detect the signal of any hard drives at crash sites in your region.
Alright. I need explosives as well. Before I forget. Having explosives would probably be useful. Lovely. Fuck. I didn't have to spend all that time making those fucking stators. I had a bunch already. whatever. Whatever. I'm not mad, you're mad. Okay, so I'm planning to go up in this direction anyways. What are we working with here? I do not care about you. Go away. All the way up there, eh? Acceptable outcome. Alright. That's why we have a lot of concrete with us. I see we're surrounded by some spicy green rocks, eh? That's what we're working with. Ow. Okay. We may not have the tools quite yet to be able to get this one. If there's one thing that we do have, it's cheese. Alright, you're dead. Might be a little bit too optimistic on this one. Ouch. Crystal oscillators? I don't have any of those on me. That's annoying. Ouch. It hurts, but it doesn't hurt that bad. I don't have any fucking crystal oscillators on me. Are there any in this area? Or am I gonna have to come back? That's annoying. What's up, asshole? Oh, you just got knocked off the edge. Bye-bye. You're dead. Don't think explosives can destroy funny green rock. Oh, explosives can destroy funny green rock. Perfect. Bye-bye. Ow. Daho, do you want to destroy the funny green rock? Yes. They're annoying. I don't like them. This used to be not the case, that you could not do this before, but now you can, which is very, very helpful. Ow. Where the fuck is that close one? Listen, I may have given my engineer super cancer or something. Oh, it's you. But that's okay. This is all a simulation. Oh, the shit fucking lingers. Fuck you. Alright, I'm just grabbing the rest of the fucking loot that's here and I'm fucking leaving. I can't open that thing up anyways. Which is annoying. Alright, we're out of here. It was annoying. I'll leave this dumbass tower here for the time being. Ow. Right, how am I getting down now? That's a good question. Oh, there's my way down. We missed. Oh! I took no fall damage. Okay, well, moving on with my life. Goodbye. I can't open that. Don't know how I didn't die there. Feel different. Oh, fuck my life. Nope, I am not interested in fighting the bigger spiders without a jetpack. Nope. Going this way. Fuck you. I'm still fucking locked on that one. Probably not going to be much here on the coast, because I've already kind of picked this area clean in terms of the hard drives. Because I remembered where they were. Probably ain't going to be much here. There'll be a bunch of them next major area. We'll just do that instead. Just gotta get there. Well, time to do a sweep of this area. The next major area should be the Rocky Desert. So, probably nothing too crazy in terms of enemies in this location. Should be relatively easy to pick this place clean. If I can find some damn... Where are the damn hard drives in this place? Where they at, though? The heck? Not seeing anything over there. I recognize this area. Hello, hard drive. So anyway, I started blasting. Fuck you. I have no more room? That's annoying. That is definitely a bit of a problem. What do we have in here? $100 megawatts of power, eh? produce 120 megawatts of power. But I have nothing to burn. Damn it. Leaves. Pick a bunch of leaves, turn to biomass. It's not too hard. Alright, that should be enough. Right, I don't have room for this shit. Fuck this. Sometimes complex problems need solutions. Also, I'll need to make room for the hard drives themselves. I'm looking to get a bunch. I want a bunch. I need a bunch. Don't know why I have these damn fucking coupons with me. Should have left those back at home. I'll come back for all this stuff. Eventually. Or I'll just forget about it. I'm probably gonna forget about it. Alright. You... Yeah, I know. Alright, we're gone. On to the next one, money in my pocket. Although, we don't have inventory space, which is a bit of a problem, but we'll figure that out. I mean, I'll take a free power slug. What? A summer sloop. Gimme. Come on.
Are you a temple?
If I had a body, it would be a temple.
You have no body?
I don't think we're on the same line here.
You see lines where there are rivers, shallows where there are depths, consume our blood.
I will continue gathering data, I suppose.
Not your AI speaking directly with some form of alien consciousness. Clearly, nothing could possibly go wrong. Clueless. The geothermal vent right there. What's up, boys? Just gonna run on by. Goodbye. Maybe coming to this area was not exactly the most prudent decision. Only one hard drive so far? I think I've probably run across through, like... Nah, not even a quarter. About a quarter? Maybe about a fifth, this place. This map is quite big. Nice. But hello, governor. Nice. What's up, Big Jerry? People are saying that, Big Jerry. That.
Put this.
That. Tapped out by accident. Now we have a putis spammer. What do you want, Zane? This fucking putis. Fine, I guess I'll leave. That's over. It's over. Oh, hello. Yeah, get your dumb ass out of here, dork. Yeah. We did it. We defeated Putis. It's over for Putis. We've defeated him.
Fake news.
No, it's real. Because I said so.
Put this.
Nope, he's dead. I killed that guy. I don't know why you're trying to bring that guy up. I already took that guy out, Zane.
Put this.
Dude, no. I took him down. I beat that guy. Putis, I beat that guy.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the
Put this.
fuck up. You just keep fucking Putis spamming because you're just mad about the fact that Putis has now been defeated. I have defeated the Putis. I am stronger than him. Listen, I have said stranger things. Not the show. Which apparently its conclusion was dog shit or something? I don't know. I have no stake in that game. But I am greater than the sum of the Putis. This is where I wish I had the jetpack, so then I could fucking do some actual climbing. But I don't. So... other solutions are necessary. Building some fucking ramps. Wow, look at us. Building some fucking ramps. Whoa. It's a 3D space. Whoa. Alright, clearly the target's up all the way over there. Can you explosion jump? I think you can. Ooh, that's hard to time. That was like... it's not the worst. It's okay. It was, yeah, it's eh. It's okay. It helped a little bit. Maybe I do not know the tech on that one probably as well, so probably did not go as well as it could have. We'll just do, this instead. Ooh, we can clear this pretty easily. Alright, in we go. Fuck you. What we got here? Yeah, 120 megawatts. I will take these iron rods, though. We need these. Ooh, biofuel. That's convenient, actually. I mean, we have enough iron plate to make a bunch of biomass burners, and they give us some other shit here. Yeah, we can do this. Throw these together.
Freighter records indicate this comes from the past, which is normal.
Wait, what? Alright, let's get out of here. I'm pretty sure there's a couple over there. Uh-oh. Alright, save myself. Ugh, I have to run up here like a peasant because I can't slide jump because reasons. Because fuck you, that's why. Oh, I see that one. Oh, I see it. Oh, we're gonna go for it. What are you fucking putingusing about right now? It was too cringe. Oh, I see where that thing. That's in the fuck you area. We're not going up there actually. Nope. That's the fuck you area. We're not going to the fuck you area yet. Nope. That's the fuck you area. We're not going to the fuck you area. What's up, boys? I see some strange alien metal over there. Is my camera pixelated? Is my camera dying? The fuck? What's up, boys? Yeah, sometimes. Cringe. Oh, you bitch. Yo, what's up? Thinking you can dodge? Oh, bitch. Know your place. Well, unfortunately, Putis, I have bad news. Wait, what the hell are you even fucking talking about? What did I send you again? I don't remember. What the fuck are you complaining about? Oh! Dude, it's because they were trying to put them. They were trying to put. True, there was uranium there. I had to blow it up. Obviously. Duh. And NBC has officially called it for Melot Kiros in Colorado's first district. Yep, it's over. Bye bye, Dion Jaget. You have lost. Yeah, it's over for that race. That's another DSA candidate that just won. And that was a 30-year incumbent. Democratic Socialists of America. They're a political organization. Alright. Shut up, Zane. When is November? You wanna laugh?
Put this.
November's not happening for another several months.
Why are you gay?
Fucking, we just got like all the putos in chat now. What do you fucking putinguses want? Well, what do you want from me? Literally, everyone's just out here just saying putis now. It's like, alright. Good one.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
Put this.
Going for tus fucking net. What are you complaining about now, putos? Putis? What do you want? November's not for several months. What do you want? What do you want with November? What do you want, putis? That's a purple power slug stuck in there. I want it. Well, putis, it's not going to be for a while, puto. I mean, they're currently already shitting themselves. Can I look at my inventory, please? Lovely. Hello. I can't believe that Daho's being a fascist. And he's just murdering everything he sees. Many such cases. I see a thing, I murder it. That's a cave. More like a gave. That's what you call gay caves. You call them gaves. I am hilarious and original. Everyone laugh. Where does this go? Well, besides another thing over there. Oh, hello. Fuck you. Fuck you, die. I was about to get hit with the poo-poo. They have a practice called fisting. You dead? I'm just gonna assume you're dead. Fuck you. I'll take this, thank you. Yoink. Missed. Oh, Jesus. Hello. I'm ignoring you. Goodbye. Not interested. Sulfur deposit. Not bad. I'm assuming you are all the way up there. Alright. Bombing we will go. You're not allowed to live. That is a big stink tower right there. Fuck you. Oh. I hesitated there a little bit and that almost got me killed. Because I thought I fucked up. But never punished. Yeah, never punished. What's up here? What's a stink tower?
Fix-It always did underestimate the power of a single cosmic ray.
I'll show you what a stink tower is. I almost died there. But I baited that guy to his own death. Eh, fuck you. Or I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Uh-oh. That's a stink tower. Those things. Woof! Almost died. But I lived. These are stink towers. Stink towers typically guard paths, alien artifacts, shit like that. They're stinky. And if you don't have rebreathers, they die. Or you die. And you kill them with explosives. Explosives, because they're like made out of rock or something. I don't know. They're called stink towers because they're stinky. Look, they're stinky. Look at the stink they give off. I mean, I think we just bombed the biggest stink tower that's in the game. Oh well. Good. Fuck you. Alright, well. Alright. Yeah, Asmongold towers. Yeah, exactly. Alright, there we go. Jesus. My daily dose of death. Avoided. We are now out of here. Because there's a hard drive over there that I want to get. If I can get about 10 before I leave, I'll be very happy. Mostly looking to hunt for a bunch of differing extra recipes. Oh! Alright. Alright, this is decent. This is a fine climb. Yeah, we're looking for the Epstein files. Yeah, exactly. I believe that's a mid-level area. I should be fine. I should have the tools to survive. Water, huh? How deep is it? Deep enough. Lovely. Can I get a true and real and based? Alright, this place. What do we have here? Hopefully no stink. Well, typically, hard drives aren't surrounded by stink. It's mostly power slugs that are surrounded by stink. These will be surrounded by the natives, however. Fuck you. Ooh, explosives. I like that. Black powder? The fuck? The fuck carries around black powder? Alright, fuck you. Fucking black powder. Alright. Yeah, as opposed to what? White powder? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're not talking about the fucking VTuber racist, alright? Shut your goofy ass up. We're not talking about that fucking grifter, alright? We're also not talking about that kind of white powder either. White powder. Yummy. Scrumptious. Okay, there's a VTuber, and her name is Powder. And basically, to maintain any form of popularity and relevance, she just is like a very stupid racist, pretty much. Shut your goofy ass up, Zane. Your dumb ass was not thinking about powdered donuts. Alright, can I open this one? Excuse me. What's up, assholes? You're dead now. Because I killed you. Yeah, she's a grifter, basically. That's 6. Should have been 7. 6, 7. Iron plates. Those are useful. Can make biomass burners now. A fucking supercomputer here? Okay. Hey, dude. This is one of the I think it's called the Ancient Forest or something. I don't know. Let's LARP. Since when do you want to LARP, puto? The fuck? Wait, hold on. Is Putingos okay? Since when does this motherfucker like LARPing? Since when does this guy want to LARP?
It's cringe or be cringe, Jack.
He's fucking cringe. You're fucking cringe posting right now. Shut your goofy ass up. Okay. Hatchers. Oh, shoot them with a gun. That did not hit. Kill that guy. Kill this guy. $120 megawatts. Alright, easy. Oh, hello. Fuck you. Get cheesed. Fuck, he ran away. My greatest weakness. Running. Ow. Fuck you. $20 megawatts? Easy. Doesn't need to be pretty, it just needs to do what it needs to do. I don't have any space again. Fuck my life. What do I not need? I don't need this much quick wire on me. Fuck you. Where the fuck that shit go? Yeah, we can just drop the quick wire. Alright. Yeah, I know, there's not enough power. Thank you. Can we... Ah! Alright, we're out of here. Almost set my goal. I want to get about 10. At least try to get 10. I've not explored that chunk of the map, but I don't think there's that many hard drives in there. There may be 1 or 2. We'll see. Alright, what do we have here? Ugh, swimming sucks. I hate swimming. Uh-oh, spiders. These guys are fucking annoying. Don't like them. Go away. Some more stink towers. I don't think there's anything here. Nope. Don't want that. What is over here? Alright. Besides me breaking my legs. Anything of interest? Cave that we do not need to go into because I believe there's 3 sources of quartz in there, but we don't need that shit. Bunch of coal. Stink towers. Hello. Fuck you.
The hard drive contained both data and the soul of this freighter. Disconnecting it has destroyed the soul, but the data can be analyzed in the MAM, so everything is okay.
Oh, well, you know. I do like destroying things. Smile. Get out. Fucking stink towers, dude. Oh, I bet there's a bunch of stuff up here. Now we get the fucking stink shrooms. Nope, not interested. Where is it? Get away from me. Oh boy. Alright, well, time to get climbing. Okay, first off, fuck you. Second off, fuck you. I don't think I have enough I don't have enough rods to make ladders to get up there, I think. I don't think I have enough materials. Okay, if I had the parachute, I would do it. Because then I can just jump off, open the parachute, and then it's fine. But I don't have the parachute. So we just cannot go for that one. Nor do I think I have enough iron rod. Well, okay, I can keep recycling the same iron rods from the ladders I make over and over and over again. I do have enough iron rods to climb. But yeah, it's just, the question then becomes, alright, I'm up there, but how do I get down? Nope. Not bothering with that. I'm gonna get 2 more before I go back. I think I know where there's at least one for certain. This should be by the Spire Coast, I think. Let's do a quick run by these guys. Ah! Fucking stink towers. Where are you? Stay mad. You know, I wasn't going to kill them, and then they decided to run up on me. Then I had to kill them. Oh, those convenient computers that I picked up earlier are being made useful. Hooray for me. Also you? Fuck you. Do not want those leaves. Gimme. Excuse me. I'm gonna say hello to the Slug Lake. Fucking Slugma Lake. Alright. Not a fucking stink tower by a fucking drop pod? Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. I hate you. I missed. Fuck you too. Bro. I'm not interested in what you're selling, little bro. Ow. Nice. Alright, time to get the hell out of here. I've gotten what I came for. In fact, in the meanwhile, while I'm running around like a dickhead, I just want to start on the first fucking segment. This is safe enough. But no, you're in a higher level area. Nah. I'm behind cover. It's mostly spitters in this area, so I should be okay. I was running around like a dickhead finding stuff. Fuck you, bitch. Kills you. Fuck you. Yeah, go to bed. Yeah, you're up too late anyways, puto. Bitch. This fucking glorper over here. Fucking glorper. You trying to glorp? That's it. I've had enough of your fucking glorping behaviors. You dang glorper. It makes it sound like a slur. No. We're glorping, folks. Let me tell you. Alright, 3 arrows. Let's get started, shall we? Democracy, the will of the people. One vote counts. I forget the saying. Whatever, I butchered it. But 3 arrows talking about how to dismantle democracy. Now, this is a bit of an older video by 3 arrows, and it was a banger. I do believe I've seen this myself. I had this on my docket for quite a while. And 3 arrows... Dan, of course, loves talking very, very often about the history of Germany. Considering the fact that he himself is a German, I think he's a historian. I could be completely wrong on that one. So very, very often he talks about and does historical analysis, and sort of does a lot of historical analogy in order to basically be like, hey, this is how this playing out like this used to play out in the past. Blah, 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 blah. Standard fucking bullshit. Shouldn't be really too overly complicated. But something that we've also need to come with a sort of reckoning, especially if you're amongst the left, especially if you are amongst even the liberals, I would say, or those who pretend to call themselves liberals, supposed defenders of democracy. Democracy currently, as we are speaking, is under attack. Various capitalistic forces exist in positions of power, whether it be Elon Musk, Donald Trump, the Republican Party, and various other organizations in order to take away the will of the people. Of course, your voice and your vote being counted within elections. And the current liberal opposition that exists right now, or rather liberal opposition that exists right now, is certainly ineffective and not beating the moment whatsoever. As we've currently been seeing, and now we have further context, honestly, to add to strengthen Three Arrows' point, the current slate of socialist DSA candidates that are winning, and there was even a recent one who won herself, that was Melat Kiros, who just won in Colorado's 1st district, and is going to more than likely win that seat in Colorado's 1st. This is an expression of the will of the people. The people are making it rather clear that they are, in fact, not down with the neoliberal dreck and neoliberal fucking garbage that is currently being served to them. And they are making it very clear by doing the one thing that all of the democratic institutions and all the other sort of liberals constantly say for these people to do. That is a vote. But of course, since we are dealing with parties that are essentially cucked to capital, we're probably going to be bringing that up constantly. In reality, they don't actually like one vote, means a representation for people within a fucking country. In fact, now it's not good all of a sudden. And I think I have seen this video before. What Dan is also going to talk about here is the concentration of capital and how it too is also just completely anathema for the expression of the will of the people. Because again, with such a ridiculous amount of concentration of wealth as we are seeing right now in this metaphorical, or honestly, is it correct for me to say that it's metaphorical? I don't even think it's correct for me to say metaphorical. This actual second Gilded Age that we find ourselves under, it's becoming more and more clear that these institutions are slated to absolutely fucking fail because of the fact that we currently are in a position where all of these capitalists, all of this wealth concentration can essentially subvert not only the will of the people, but also of democratic institutions, because they just have so much goddamn money to throw around. It's pretty bad, guys. It turns out that funny Christmas beard German exile to England was actually correct, and it turns out concentrating that much wealth and power in the hands of such a small population of people is not actually a fucking good thing. Thank you, neoliberalism, for bringing this system. What do you got for me, Dan?
On January 19th, 2025, the news agency Reuters published an article describing the content of a leaked diplomatic memo sent from Andreas Michaelis, the German ambassador to the United States, to the German government in Berlin. The briefing document, signed 4 days prior, aims at helping the German government assess the incoming administration and their political goals, domestically and abroad. It carries the title, Trump's Leeway to Redefine the Constitutional Order. In it, the ambassador warns Trump's agenda will bring about, quote, a redefinition of the constitutional order, maximum concentration of power with the president at the expense of Congress and the federal states. Listing the...
So far, this is an accurate assessment for as to what the goals of the Trump administration are. It's certainly in line with that. Project 2025 has been asking for an implementation of the unitary executive theory. Essentially, the president is the dictator, and there's not much you can fucking do about it. In so many words. Yeah, in so many words. And that certainly is a project that I would say is having varied success. Varied success. Whatever is in line with that of the interests of corporations, that of the rich, of course, they will basically, that is the courts, will certainly go alongside that in the current corporate oligarchy that is the United States of America. For example, the recent ruling of the FTC chair, or of the appointment of FTC positions that benefited the fucking Trump administration, or really even benefits the Biden administration, or Democratic administration, not the Biden administration, but of the Democratic administration that could potentially come in. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, but it is certainly a marking of the further concentration of power within the executive. Because personally, I don't really think that the president should be able to all willy-nilly, like whenever they want, appoint certain people within positions of power at any point in time, right? But currently, with the current makeup of how the executive works within the United States of America, given how much power has been concentrated in there, especially, unfortunately, we don't really get much of a choice in that sort of manner, as we currently find ourselves at this current juncture. And it's becoming more and more clear that only more and more power is being concentrated there. And it's not particularly great, guys, for having a healthy fucking democracy. But I'm going off on a little bit of a ramble here. The reason why I'm saying it's been partially successful is because, for example, the courts have said that the attempts of Donald Trump to try to fire Lisa Cook from the Fed chair, Fed governor position specifically, is not allowed, which is a maintenance of the independence of the fucking Fed. So that's a good thing. The further erosion of federal independence of particular sort of stations is not completely eroded yet under this current highly partisan, extremely fucking corrupt Supreme Court. So at the very least, there is that going for us at the moment, for lack of a better term. And a lot of the stuff that Trump is trying to do in terms of the sycophants that he's trying to appoint when they get sued. The Trump administration has not been getting favorable outcomes in terms of that specifically. So that's good. That's a good thing. So for the time being, I guess we could just say, for like lack of a better term, it's going about as well as it could, I suppose. With the courts. The Supreme Court's always going to be kind of iffy and 50-50. They're just going to do like whatever the fuck they want. But in terms of, say, the executive branch, they're only getting more and more power, and that is something that everyone should be extremely fucking afraid of. I'm kind of rambling here a little bit too. Generally speaking, in terms of what's happening in terms of the concentration of power within specifically the executive branch within the United States of America, more and more power in line with 2025 is being concentrated within the executive, which is obviously not a good thing, guys.
The options the Trump administration has to push their agenda onto the state governments, the ambassador says even military deployment within the country for police activities would be possible in the event of declared insurrection or invasion. With the nomination of a highly loyal DOJ leader,
he's not done that quite yet, which I found to be quite surprising. Of course, this was January of 2025. This is about a year ago. These were options that were potentially on the table and that were being discussed by the Germans. So far, that's not happened yet. Obviously, he did try early on within the administration to try to deploy National Guardsmen and other state assets in order to do, immigration crackdowns and whatnot. But for the most part, that was not successful. And the courts, again, I'm going to be bringing up the courts, I think, consistently during this video. The courts have so far pushed back on him. The problem is, of course, is that you can't forever rely on the courts. Now, I think I've said this before in a differing point here, but the attempted sort of like Nazi takeover with the whole, non-use of the Enabling Act and whatnot, the sort of historical allegory that we can go with here is, it's not going particularly well for the Trump administration. There's a couple reasons for that. The reason, for example, why Hitler was as successful as he is in terms of implementing his agenda is because he had a judiciary on his side, who definitely took his side on a bunch of differing areas. Trump does not have that. Another thing that's going against Trump is that he also does not have the popular will of the people. That's also another thing that Hitler had on his side in comparison to Trump. He does not have the popular will of the people on his side. So a lot of these authoritarian actions that Trump is attempting to pull here will be sort of inherently pushed back on, because a lot of the American people are, A, not going to find it particularly popular, but also B, there's going to be a somewhat of a recognition by a lot of people within America saying, like, hey, I feel like we've learned about somewhere like a shit like this before, and I don't think it's like particularly a good thing. So they're very likely to want to push it back in, like, you know, a sort of like popular sense, because it turns out a lot of people don't actually like fascism within the United States of America. There's a obviously strong minority that do, yada yada yada, but it turns out for the most part these guys don't actually like it all that much. You know, hooray, I suppose, for lack of a better term. So it's obviously not going to be a sort of perfect situation. Nothing's ever going to be perfect and whatnot. But in terms of the pushback against a lot of Trump's more sort of authoritarian actions, it's been about as effective as it could have been in terms of the courts. The people have been very much so pushing back upon this. Like with the No Kings protests, they have been some of the most, let's say, not highly, yeah, I mean, they've had like some of the highest attendance, rather, in terms of protest movements in U.S. fucking history, recent U.S. history at the very least. So there's that sort of like beneficial outcome as well. What I'm essentially trying to say here in so many words is there's a sentiment amongst the people of the United States of America to want to heavily push back against the authoritarian actions that the Trump administration is taking. That the Democrats have made it extremely clear that they themselves are not interested in taking any action for. Because the Democrats have made it extremely fucking clear that they are not interested whatsoever in terms of really pushing much back against the more, shall we say, inner desires of the Republican Party. Its inherent sort of like authoritarian lurch. I feel like most people have grown past No Kings and are embracing the DSA. Maybe. I think that's certainly the case for a decent amount of people. Because what do people ultimately desire? They want fighters and someone who's actually going to be willing to do something to address their material conditions. And the DSA is certainly interested in that project for sure. Because let's be honest here, the Trump administration obviously lied. You don't need me to say that. They lied about wanting to do populism and wanting to implement popular policy. Shocker, I know. Who would have thought the Republican Party lies? Many such cases. So
Fake news.
Fake news. Yeah, actually, I'm very popular. Let me tell you, folks. And people are generally speaking pushing back against the fact that, oh, they got duped and they're not happy about the fact that they got duped by the fucking Republican Party, blah, 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 blah. Many such fucking cases. We've seen this happen very, very often, which is a good thing, obviously. You know, it took the Americans to have to get their fucking Fell for It Again awards to recognize that it turns out Donald Trump's actually kind of bad guys, but whatever, you know, we're here now, yada, yada, yada. Take what you can fucking get, blah, 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 blah. So the more sort of like fascistic desires of the Republican Party for now is held back, because even Republicans are starting to have infighting and are starting to disagree with a lot of like Trump's more sort of innate desires for the fascistic fucking takeover, because it's just not popular anymore, right? And that's what it mostly is. You lose the fucking popular mandate, which Trump never had anyways, but whatever. But if you lose any form of the popularity for what they're trying to do, it makes it much harder in order to be able to implement the rather authoritarian lurch and inner desire to destroy democracy that the Republican has. It's more difficult for the American people to want to accept that.
Leadership, the threatened dismissal of allegedly disloyal prosecutors and employees, and the unusual replacement of the FBI director with a deep state opponent, T ensures that investigative discretion is exercised as much as possible in favor of his goals and person. Freedom of speech applies above all to the MAGA word, and T and Musk are already taking action against critics and non-cooperating media companies. One is using lawsuits.
Obviously, we all know via the purchasing of social media companies, making it a complete shit show. We know this through Larry Ellison trying to consolidate more and more media and traditional media and new media within the United States of America under the sort of like MAGA sort of brand, of course, which the Democrats had a hand in fucking playing in, of course, with the attempts to ban fucking TikTok, now making it such that, oh, Larry Ellison now fucking owns the thing. Thank you, Democrats, for helping with that.
Threatening criminal prosecution and license revocation. The other is having algorithms manipulated and accounts blocked. Basic democratic principles and checks and balances will be largely undermined. The legislature, law enforcement, and media will be robbed of their independence and misused as a political arm. Big tech will be given co-governing power. Hello, everyone.
Which has so far been absolutely the case. Larry Ellison, man. Larry Ellison, Musk, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, of course. Like, Peter Thiel's the whole AI security apparatus sort of deal or partition of this whole sort of, like, incestuous sort of, I don't know, power grab? Yeah, sure, we'll go with power grab. As well as the... shall we say, the social media is being handled by Elon Musk and also Larry Ellison, as well as traditional media as well, in order to, again, have essentially state media. That's like kind of the point.
Roughly 2 years ago, I released a video on this channel with the title America's Coming Weimar Moment that has been receiving some renewed popularity as of late.
Good
the
video.
Aimed at answering a question I receive a lot because of my podcast on the Weimar era. That question being if the turbulent interwar years that ended with the rise of
I'm trying to remember, did we watch that video on this fucking channel? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
Reich are comparable to the contemporary United States. And drawing this comparison is a cliche at this point, but I don't mind because I'm not too good for cliches, and I do believe there are some valuable lessons to be learned. My answer to that question was basically that while the periods are very different, and it's not always helpful to match the current moment onto the past, that the United States was chugging along a trajectory towards that in-between space that Germany spent years in, where democracy was functionally dead, but the country wasn't a fascist dictatorship either. And key to understanding how democracies give way to...
Yes, this is definitely a very, very good point here, right here by Three Arrows. And I definitely agree with this sentiment here, where democracy is, functionally speaking, absolutely dead. The oligarchic powers are in control. It's a little different in comparison to that of Weimar, where essentially the state... was in such a weakened position given the Treaty of Versailles, the loss of World War I, and whatnot, a bunch of other sort of like reasonings there specifically. But with the U.S., it's a little different because, honestly, how much say did the wealthy industrialists have within Weimar Germany? Did they have a lot of say, to be honest? Because, I mean, we can technically say it's like, okay, I mean, there's... certainly like more of a difference. It's a little complicated to make the direct allegory because it's as different as it is, certainly in terms of the amount of power that's been concentrated. That one is like something I'm gonna have to like go kind of back and forth on because I'm not 100% on that one in particular, but the sort of historical analogy is certainly prevalent.
To whatever comes after is that it's never a single event that you can point to, but a slow-moving process. When I made that video, the United States Supreme Court had just overturned Roe v. Wade, and the fear at the time was that a right-wing judiciary would weaken American democracy permanently. Never could I have guessed that now, 2 years later, the state of American democracy would be so much worse that the judiciary is looked towards as a chance to halt or at least slow the advance of the current assault on democracy and government.
That's also the exact same things that I have been consistently fucking bringing up as well, which is that's not good, guys. It's actually pretty bad that the judiciary is the main thing that's supposed to stop this lurch towards fucking fascism. Because again, if the judiciary just gets changed a little bit to favor the fucking fascists, then it's just poof, all basically gone. It's a pretty dire fucking situation that we find ourselves under. It ain't great, guys. It's not good. 2 instances to repeal the Fairness Doctrine. It's 1987, the Reagan Administration Telecommunications Act. Under Clinton, which is happening today. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, like, again, if we want to, like, look far enough back, Clay, we can talk about all the regulations that, again, were implemented as a byproduct of the fucking New Deal because of, again, wealthy fucking corporations and people within power working in a rather incestuous sort of cycle in order to be able to, further concentrate more and more wealth and fucking power. And I believe that that is the... Because I've seen this video before. I know the point that 3 Hours is going to get to. It turns out having such a ridiculous concentration of wealth and power is just completely anathema. Completely fucking anathema to the goals of what democracy is supposed to achieve. That's the main fucking problem that we have to contend with here. And that the US is, well, currently failing at dealing with.
Government. I started this channel in 2016, so I was fully tuned in when the first Trump presidency came around. And a huge difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is the breakneck speed at which everything is happening. In the first Trump term, you had scandals, you had actions by the government that were unconstitutional, but I always felt like I had a sense of what was currently being fought over. But this time around, it feels like you're hearing about one thing, and as soon as you have a grasp of the issue, 5 other outrageous things have already happened in the meantime. It's very disorienting and makes it much more difficult to gain an understanding.
So this was, again, a part of the flooding the zone strategy specifically proposed by Steve Bannon. It's totally intended. The point is obviously, as 3 Arrows described here, the point is to throw so much fucking shit at the fucking wall that, in essence, it's pretty much impossible to respond to all of it because of just how much, basically, bullshit has essentially been thrown at the wall in order to be able to respond to it properly, right? And that's kind of the point of the strategy. It's just, it's meant to, like, listen, if I could, like, describe it in StarCraft terms, think of it like a fucking 6-pool, okay? Or a 4-pool, if we want to go all Brood War with it, right? The point of it is that you're coming at the enemy in such a fast manner and so quickly, right? To essentially put your opponent in a position where it's impossible for them to be able to respond to the cheesy strategy, and then they just get immediately defeated. And then you could just, well, you know, do whatever you want. Get your ladder points, keep laddering, blah, 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 blah. Shit like that.
Understanding of what the Trump administration is doing at any given moment. It's also more difficult to mount opposition on one issue because creating a political narrative and letting it spread through the media
Takes time.
If this feeling of disorientation sounds familiar to you, I can assure you that it's not you getting too old to keep up with what's going on or being too young to understand it. It's a conscious effort. Here is Steve Bannon in a 2019 interview with PBS talking about this effort in regards to the media.
Well, because 3 Arrows himself is a very, very good content creator, he's gonna mention the flooding the zone strategy, and this is exactly what it is, right? This is what we call flooding the zone. I've mentioned this before on the fucking channel. It's worth mentioning again. So essentially, the idea behind flooding the zone is to, again, throw so much shit at the wall at such a breakneck pace and breakneck sort of like blitz. it makes it such that it is impossible for the current, like, legacy vestiges of power to be able to respond before they can take a look into, well, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing that we're doing this, like, dumbass fuck shit, blah, 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 blah. Well, it doesn't matter. The far right's already moved on to the next dumbass fucking thing, and you're already, like, still contending with the current old fucking shit. Well, these guys have already moved on to the turbo-fascism bullshit or whatever, right? Like, you know, it's the point of the strategy. Throw so much shit at the wall, it makes it such that it is essentially impossible for either you, me, the media, or anyone else to be able to effectively come up with a response.
Because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. And all we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover. But we've got to start with muzzle velocity. So it's got to start and it's got to hammer. Donald Trump was in...
And a lot of this very much so hinged on a lot of the executive orders, specifically that Donald Trump was trying to put in, which has not been... It's not been successful because a lot of it got challenged within the courts. A lot of it got challenged by Congress itself. Some of it got challenged. Some of it, yeah, I guess we can say some of it also got challenged by Congress itself. And it's not really been effective. Like, they're trying to flood the zone. They did the flood the zone stuff. And a lot of it got, again, smacked down by the judiciary. Which, like I've said before, it's not a good thing that that's the case, right? Because that's not reliable. That's the problem. It's not reliable whatsoever. And a lot of it has gone stopped, but some of it's also gone through, which is kind of the point of the strategy.
Inaugurated on January 20th of 2025. By the end of that month, that's 11 days, he had signed 46 executive orders. This is about how many Trump had signed in a whole year during his first term. So the sense of disorientation is not a byproduct of how crazy US politics are at the moment, but the goal. Its aim is to knock the opposition of the Trump administration, which aren't just Democrats, but civil society, off balance to make resistance difficult to form. I even felt this during the writing of this video, because in even making a video like this, you are bound to leave out or not touch upon topics that are crucial. Nonetheless, this video is an attempt to kind of anchor you and me, tune out the noise, and try to understand the mess we're in. Apart from the speed of which everything is happening, another critical difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is the approach. Because during Trump's first term, you had numerous government actions that were later deemed unconstitutional by the courts. The first 2 versions of the travel ban, for instance, were struck down for violating religious freedom, which is guaranteed by the Constitution. The government cannot infringe on rights given by the Constitution. That's the idea, at least. And
here's the thing, just like with birthright citizenship, which he essentially tried to overturn the 14th Amendment via executive order, which update, obviously, on that the Supreme Court has struck that down in a 5-4 majority vote. The fact it was that close should be terrifying, and I think, like, even Brett Kavanaugh's, like, dissent to it is, I think, like, one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, ever. He was essentially talking about how, oh yeah, dude, like, how could this possibly be a violation of the fucking Constitution when it's like constitutionality hasn't been like tested at all whatsoever? It's just like, that is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard of in my life. God, you're a fucking idiot. Or it went something along those lines. It was really fucking stupid. It was just like, doy, how could thing happen? Because thing has just never actually popped up ever. Like, what's up with that? And it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice meme, dude.
You can make the argument that something like the travel ban is constitutional or revise it, which the Trump administration did during his first term. But this argument over whether something is constitutional or not assumes a shared understanding that a president should be bound by the Constitution, something that has been completely thrown out the window during Trump's current term. Here is what Jamel Bouie writes on this in the New York Times. The new president has, in just the first 2 months of his second term, performed a number of illegal and unconstitutional acts, but the defining attribute of his administration thus far is its anti-constitutional orientation. Both of its most aggressive and far-reaching efforts, the impoundment of...
And keep in mind, quick reminder, what is the purpose of the presidency? The purpose of the presidency is to be the steward of the fucking Constitution. That is the point of the presidency. So unironically, Trump is not even doing the first task that the president is supposed to do, and that is be, the guy who just says, oh, is the Constitution being followed? Okay, well, the Constitution's being followed. That's cool, great, fantastic. No, he's been actively doing everything possible in order to do the exact opposite of the Constitution's desires, because it's it's the point.
Billions of dollars in congressionally authorized spending in the attempt to realize the president's promise of mass deportation rest on fundamentally anti-constitutional assertions of executive authority. In other words, the Trump administration has moved on from claiming that it is playing by the rules in their understanding of them to openly saying the rules don't apply to the president. So what we see now is an administration that feels...
Which is the point of unitary executive theory. Which has always been basically the goal of the position of the Republican Party ever since the 80s. Let's be honest here. That's always been the point.
It is completely unbound by any constraints of law or separation of power. And that is usually a canary in the coal mine moment, an outright rejection of legal constraints compared to the argument that you're operating within those constraints. There is a word for this type of government, by the way, in which the sole lawmaking authority is vested in a single person or leader, in other words.
It's a dictatorship.
Anyway, when I started writing out this script, this section was called Canaries in the Coal Mine, pointing to some worrying developments, but that metaphor doesn't really work anymore. The canary in the metaphor is supposed to be an early indicator of danger. At this point, it's like you get to the mine and it's just bursting at the seams with dead canaries. There's no foreboding, there's no historical parallel educating us about the danger that might come. We are in the middle of that historic moment for the United States. Let's pick up some of those dead canaries to illustrate my argument here. Since March 2025, the Trump administration has deported over 200 people to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. The justification, which...
Keep in mind, this is coming from the early onset of the fucking Trump administration. There are various examples that Three Arrows himself is not covering in particular in this current juncture, and that's mostly because of the fact that this was very, very early on within the fucking presidency. Also, Hassan is having Professor Jung on his stream. I am interested. Are we gonna get some fucking Jung tent? I think we're gonna get some fucking Jung tent. Oh boy. I mean, Mehdi Hassan made Jung look as ridiculous as possible. Yeah, we might be getting some Jung tent. It's been some time since we've done some fucking Jung tent.
I don't want to spend too much time on, is that these are members of a nation that has declared war on the U.S. government.
Yes, it's the specifically what Dan is talking about here. Is his name Dan? I think his name is... I don't remember. I always remember his name's Dan Three Arrows, but whatever. Three Arrows is here saying. It's the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 is what is basically being invoked here. And whoa, guys, who would have thought that it ain't good.
Or which perpetuates attempts or threatens an invasion or predatory incursion. Keep the word invasion in mind here for me, please. Now, those deported were not convicted of anything under this supposed justification, and as such are not serving...
About 70+% of the people, and because we have the numbers now, these are numbers coming specifically from the Cato Institute, 70+% of the people that were illegally detained and deported by the Trump administration did not have any criminal convictions on their record. And if they did have criminal convictions on their record, 5% of them were for migrant crime, which is what specifically ICE is supposed to enforce. So, like, just think about this for like literally 5 seconds. Should we really be like, not shocked, but should we really be surprised that the Trump administration is trying to essentially do whatever the fuck they feel like in order to try to grab as many people as possible in order to just deport them? Illegally, of course, but whatever. Trump's never really given a shit about any of that stuff. Same with all the MAGA fucking dipshits. Also, Boy Meets Mini, we got a fucking hit. Look at that. First fucking hard drive. We pulled the iron pipe. Yoink. Absolutely. Pipe is life? The fuck is that? Okay, whatever. I'm not asking.
A prison sentence in El Salvador. If they were, it would mean their sentence would have an end. But for all we know, the Trump administration plans to keep them there indefinitely. Likewise, there were no prior hearings to these deportations, or any chance for these men to prove that they are not part of a violent gang, as the government alleges. And you might think that...
Which they never had an opportunity to ever argue within court, because essentially ICE grabbed them and immediately tried to put them on planes in order to get rid of them. Like, we've talked about... the case of, like, say, Mahmoud Khalil. We've talked about the case of specifically Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I almost forgot his name. I think this was early on, of course. Eventually, Kilmar was brought back to his family. But the Trump administration still tried to go after Kilmar Abrego Garcia in any way that they could. It was genuinely insane. Like, they tried to, like, deport him to, I think it was, like, Congo or Uganda or something. Like, yeah, man, definitely Kilmar Abrego Garcia has something to do with, like, fucking Uganda or some shit. Yeah, man, he totally has a connection to that place. Stupid.
This is a somewhat odd justification for deporting someone, because being in a gang is itself not a crime. But to engage on that point of the discussion is a pure waste of time, and I'll get to why in a second. Even more odd might seem that, according to a New York Times investigation, most of the deported men don't even have a criminal record, apart from immigration offenses in the US or anywhere else in the region, and very few have...
Which, again, those are civil crimes and are meant to be taken care of by local courts. This is not something that's meant to be taken care of by federal courts. This is not something that's supposed to be enforced by federal enforcement officers. Again, unless it's something that's particularly egregious and is outside the purview of those fucking civil courts. Then federal involvement is supposed to, obviously be invoked. But otherwise, it's just completely and wholeheartedly illegal what Trump is doing here.
Have any kind of documented links to gangs. Among them was, as far as we know, at least one man who was in the United States legally, had no criminal record, and was literally snatched off the street and flown to El Salvador. And despite this error in particular being acknowledged as a, quote, administrative error, the US government has not made any efforts to bring this man back. Quite the contrary, actually. They have gone in the opposite direction, just out and out lying about this man. Now, how do we make sense of this? For anyone that is willing...
And I believe that case there specifically, in terms of the administrative error, was the guy who I brought up earlier. That was Kilmar Abrego Garcia, which, again, since this happened last year, was a complete fucking shit show, orchestrated and conjured up basically by the Trump administration.
To see what the truth is, it should be clear that all this back and forth over gang members and supposed wartime authorities is a thinly veiled distraction from what's really going on here. It's also why every justification from the administration is so incoherent, and it doesn't even matter. Despite the government earlier admitting that this guy was wrongfully...
Dude, that fucking MS-13 shit that was, like, poorly attached to Kilmar Abrego Garcia's fucking knuckles was... We all remember the, like, shitty paint job that Trump fucking had, like, some fucking intern do on there. God, it was... So the scar, that's the S, and there's, like, a 1 and a 3 there, It's MS-13, folks. It's just, it's there on his knuckles. It's like, it just wasn't there, man. It just wasn't.
Courted, and the Supreme Court unanimously ordering to facilitate his release. You have the Trump administration calling him an illegal alien and MS-13 gang member. It's not about the act of deportation or what it achieves or even is supposed to achieve. It's about the message it sends. The message is that you can be a law-abiding legal resident in the United States and do everything right, and still, if they want to, they can black bag and without any due process, without any chance of appeal, without you ever seeing your family again, send you to Central America and make you spend the rest of your days in
And that's the actual fucking point that they want, right? Because during this time, and we've talked about this before, the Trump administration had some dealings specifically with Nayib Bukele, aka the one bad Palestinian, Pepe, had some dealings with him to have, or rather to allow a bunch of American dissidents, because this was the whole clip of Trump saying, okay, we're also going to get the homegrowns, which means American citizens. He also wanted to go after American citizens, because of course Trump also wanted to go after American fucking citizens. He basically wanted to take a bunch of these people and take any form of dissident against what the Trump administration was doing and send them all off to fucking SecCod. Essentially just completely outsourcing the prison apparatus, the security state apparatus, over to the Salvadorans.
In a torture dungeon. And they will chuckle about it. This is nothing to them. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is no goal for this project. And for this, I won't ask you to take my word for it. Here is Chief of Staff Stephen Miller laying it out for us.
Nice,
the fundamental error in how immigration is being discussed in the courts and media is pretending that what happened to us over the last 4 years is a routine civil enforcement matter. No. We were invaded and occupied. Entire neighborhoods were conquered.
But yeah, like, by the way, this fucking Nazi over here with this, like, schizophrenic fucking Scrooge, should we really be surprised that, oh, Stephen Miller is lying? Yeah, man. Entire neighborhoods were fucking conquered by roving bands of, like, marauding rapists, allegedly, criminal migrants. Like, it's just, it's nonsensical. It's fucking, it's stupid. It's Nazi shit. That's what this is.
Our towns were subjugated. Our treasury was plundered. Our democracy was torn apart piece by piece.
Sure,
a
man.
national referendum was held on whether to surrender to the invasion.
Bro, it's so funny that he's saying that the democracy was fucking torn apart piece by piece. Like, motherfucker, you literally support the guy who did January 6th. Okay, dude, like, whatever.
Or repel it. America voted for liberation. If every foreign trespasser gets to have their own federal trial prior to removal, then there is no liberation. There is no restoration. The invasion will be made complete. Article 4, Section 4 requires...
Sorry, bitch. It's called the Constitution of the United States of America. You can cope and fucking seethe, Jack.
The president to halt any invasion, and no district court can override that mandate. For the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The invading armies and foreign trespassers will be expelled. The cartels will be smashed. Liberation will be achieved. The rhetoric you would hear from what used to be called alt-right YouTubers 10 years ago is now the official position of the US government. It's an ethno-nationalist project in which the only requirement for deporting a US resident and eventually citizen is that they are not white. The other side to this deportation project, very specifically...
Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure... How many fucking YouTubers on the left in quote-unquote BreadTube? Sure. Has been essentially saying, like, this is quite literally the point of the project. This is quite literally the point of all these, like, alt-right YouTubers who are saying all this stuff. It's so eventually there is a manufacturing of consent. Maybe not manufacturing of consent, but essentially that this language gets more and more normalized, right? And it turns out a lot of, like, average normies are not actually particularly big fans of, like, all the alt-right fucking YouTubers, like all the lefties also fucking predicted. In reality, nobody fucking likes these dudes. Because, again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's the most, like, obvious, easy tell on the fucking planet. Where it's just like, of course these guys are not liked. Like, these guys are all just a bunch of, like, psychotic fucking weirdos. Fuck these guys. Like, unironically. And also, they tend to be fucking massive fucking goddamn hypocrites. They don't actually believe in much of anything. Like, they all tend to be fucking liars. And it's just like, okay, man. Like, totally. Like, I'm totally gonna fucking believe all the bullshit that you guys, generally speaking, say in terms of, like, your ridiculous sort of aspersions and, like, rhetoric and propaganda. Like, okay, bro. Like, nice fucking goddamn meme. Bro, I thought I killed all these jabronis with a fucking bomb, but they didn't die. Man, fuck you. Die, you stupid little skittering assholes. Hey, come here. Fuck you. Bitch. Gotta hate them. Hate those spiders.
It targets pro-Palestinian activists. And again, this happens nearly every other day now, but the most known names currently are Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Öztürk, both legal residents, both completely innocent of any crime. Both disappeared off the street by plain-clothed ICE officers and now awaiting deportation. And this is just a hunch I have, but I have a hard time believing that it is a coincidence that the Trump administration picked pro-Palestinian activists who, again, haven't even been accused of a crime. This is an attempt to push the boundaries, push the Overton window as far as possible on an issue that Democrats, mainstream media, and pressure groups are weak on. The crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists is merely...
Okay, I don't disagree with the assessment here that the Democrats are weak on this here by Three Arrows. In a technical sense, he is correct here. Because in reality, some of these Democrats, quote-unquote Democrats, are actually okay with it. They want that to happen. Because a lot of them, like the Trump administration, are also a bunch of fucking fascists. Like, it is what it is, right?
a tool to soften the blow of what comes next, the same way that the persecution of trans people is a tool to pave the way for broader discrimination against LGBT Americans. The issue of pro-Palestinian activism is one over which they can expect the least amount of resistance from liberals. And even for those deported to El Salvador, reading about the democratic response to...
I mean, Chuck Schumer, again, well, since we now know about the actions of Iran and whatnot, Chuck Schumer himself has made it very clear that he wanted this invasion of Iran, right? It's been one of the most, like, biggest desires of Chuck Schumer, I think, ever since he got into fucking Congress, to be honest.
To these deportations, it becomes crystal clear that a number of them haven't understood the gravity of the situation. In mid-April, numerous Democratic lawmakers spoke to Axios about this on the condition of anonymity. And let me just quote a specific section here. The second House Democrat who spoke anonymously, a centrist, called the deportation issue soup du jour, arguing Trump is setting a trap for the Democrats, and like usual, we're falling for it. Rather than talking about the tariff policy and the economy, the thing where his numbers are tanking, we're going to take the bait for one hairdresser.
Again, so this is specifically why, by the way, the Democrats fucking lost the election and made it such that deportations were actually popular within the United States of America. Because the fact that that is the case is, again, an indictment of fucking centrism, right? Is an indictment of the current neoliberal fucking dumbasses that are currently within power, right? That should be a recognition that these motherfuckers within the Democratic leadership, fundamentally speaking, do not have your best interests at heart. They never had your best interests at heart. They never will have your fucking best interests at heart, because they just made it very clear right there. Why the fuck are we protecting a fucking hairdresser? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you guys had a fucking constitution that you guys were supposed to help uphold. In order to try to basically take into account and rein in the sort of actions of a, not a judiciary, but of a particular sort of rogue part of the branches of the fucking federal government. I thought you guys, the purpose of Congress was to be a co-equal branch of the fucking government. So when there is someone who is very clearly and very much so constantly fucking violating tenets of the fucking Constitution, it should be made very clear that you need to push back about on that specifically. But do the Democrats seemingly care about any of that stuff? No. I don't know why, because, well, okay. I do kind of know why. It's because the Democrats, similar to that of the Republican Party, are also, fundamentally speaking, not interested in protecting democracy. They don't care about democracy either, similar to that of the Republican Party. They are about as culpable about wanting to dismantle American democracy as that with, the Republican Party. Because they, too, also take a lot of the exact same moneyed interests as the Republican Party does. I think I'm going to take the Quickwire Stater, Boy Meets Mini. Because of the fact that we have Iron Pipe. I'm going to be honest here. Quickwire is also cheap. It's very cheap. We can make a lot of it. So I think I'm going to grab this as well. We're just, so far, getting some pretty good rolls in terms of our hard drive hunt. Yes, we can't forget about the Blue MAGA weirdos. It's a good point there, Clay. They too are also uninterested, fundamentally speaking, not within, but in participating and sort of caring at all about democratic fucking principles as well. Because again, democracy is currently being participated within America, for example, in trying to get rid of these do-nothing fucking Democrats. But here's the fucking thing, man. Here's the thing. They have made it extremely fucking clear that they are not interested in listening to the popular will of the people, popular will of those constituents and whatnot. Like, it is what it is, dude.
Are most likely referring to Andre Jose Hernandez, the makeup artist with no criminal record and no record of ever having been a gang member who was deported to El Salvador. Recently, a Time magazine photographer visited the maximum security prison and happened to take a picture of Hernandez. According to the photographer, while this picture was taken, Hernandez said, "I'm not a gang member, I'm gay, I'm a stylist," crying for his mother as he was slapped and had his head shaved. Now, I don't want to give you the perception that the attitude
Just
by
cruelty.
the anonymous Democratic lawmaker reflects the entire party, because it doesn't, but the rift on this issue again shows the paralysis of the opposition. What if the Trump administration were to deport an American citizen for shouting "from the river to the sea" and accuse him or her of being a Hamas terrorist?
I believe they tried to do that, but they were unsuccessful. The courts stopped them.
Trust the Democratic Party to go to bat for someone like that?
No.
I personally have my doubts. Further down in the piece, the article
should not.
states that Democrats would only draw a line in the sand and shut down the House of Representatives if the Trump administration were to deport a U.S. citizen. Now, to draw that line on who seemingly deserves due process and who does not is not only gross, but again, displays a fundamental misread of the moment.
But
And
though we had a bit of a fucking hiccup there. That was a little weird. Sorry, I had to shit on a fucking blue MAGA weirdo saying, like, Janet Mills was right there. Why? Because apparently, like, there's, like, some fucking polling saying that Graham Plattner's, like, performing worse than Susan Collins. I mean, one of them is from, like, a Fox News poll, even though, like, Fox News is a reliable fucking pollster, but, like, again, it's fucking Fox News. And people are saying, there's, like, another poll saying that Graham Plattner's losing favorability, or Graham Plattner has a lower favorability than Susan Collins, is so goddamn depressing. And all these people are fucking malding about it. It's just like, bitch. Literally, the people of Maine voted, like, by Assad numbers to get Graham Plattner and did not want Janet Mills. Like, fucking cope and seethe about it. You people do not care about democracy. You don't care. You don't care.
Does not, is not only gross, but again, displays a fundamental misread of the moment and how to actually fight back against the Trump administration. The reason why the Trump administration is not backing down over people obviously wrongfully deported, why they ignore court orders and double down every chance they get, is because Republicans understand something a number of Democrats seemingly don't. There is something called the political initiative. It's also the point of Steve Bannon's flood the zone approach I read to you earlier.
It's also called the will to power. You know, if we want to get a little Nietzschean about it. The Democrats do not have the will to power. They do not care about doing everything possible in order to gain power so then they can be their little fucking wannabe technocrat weirdos just like sitting there and just like, you know, we're just gonna like sit there and just fiddle with a bunch of numbers. And it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme. Like, you want to do that so badly, but guess what? You need to win elections and gain power in order to be able to do that. So, like, cope and fucking see, Democrats, stop being fucking stupid.
If the Trump administration were to give in on anyone being wrongfully deported, it would put them on the back foot while they desperately want to remain on the offensive. That is the Republican strategy, while the Democrats seemingly don't have one at all right now. Another reason why this distinction is so misguided is that the federal government doesn't even release data on how many citizens are wrongfully detained and removed from the country.
They do
An
not.
investigation by the Washington Post has determined that right now, as far as we know, over a dozen U.S. citizens have already been deported. This article is from May 3rd, and let me just...
This number has definitely increased from this point. Because since the federal government does not release those numbers, in reality, we have no fucking idea how many U.S. citizens have been more than likely swept up. It could be hundreds at this point. It could be potentially up to thousands. We do not know.
Read to you a short section from it. Last week, 3 children who are U.S. citizens, aged 2, 4, and 7, were removed to Honduras.
This is specifically, yes, the 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer. We've talked about this before.
along with their undocumented mothers, according to attorneys and court records. One child, a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer, was sent without medication or access to his doctors. Both families were detained at routine immigration check-ins in New Orleans, denied communication with attorneys or family members, and placed on a flight to Honduras the following morning.
Again, this is explicitly illegal under the Constitution. The kids themselves, they were born within America, they are American citizens. Birthright fucking citizenship, of course. The mothers themselves were undocumented, right? One can assume that they were probably going through the necessary process in order to try to get their fucking citizenship. Again, the thing that all these motherfucking Republicans constantly like to say that, oh, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go through legal avenues. It's like, okay, well, all these people try to go through the legal fucking avenues, and either you guys just snag them up before they try to, finish with that exact process, or you defund the courts that are supposed to be responsible for that. So it's just like what the fuck are we doing here then, guys? Like, this is ridiculous.
Post reported. Now this might change, but during the time of researching this video, writing the script, recording the audio, and putting everything together, I haven't seen much talk about the Democrats shutting down the House of Representatives over the deportations. I'll come around to why this is so frustrating to me later, but what I am hearing, or reading, is talk about Democrats shutting down the House over Doge, and we'll see if that turns into anything, but it also brings me to the second front that the Republicans have opened in their attack on American democracy, and that is the literal destruction of the American government. Because it's not just the executive that is moving at a rapid pace. Elon Musk's Doge is moving at a similar speed, dismantling everything they can on the way. I don't want to get...
Of course, now a lot of the accountability for Doge has essentially been... I don't want to say taken care of exactly. A lot of it has been, shall we say, the more sort of ridiculous efforts of Doge have been stamped down on. I mean, Elon Musk's also gone from Doge as well, which also certainly helps the situation. So there's that as well. It makes it quite difficult for a lot of the more innate desires of the Republican Party to essentially carry out their metaphorical will. Sure, we'll go with metaphorical will in order to be able to implement the bullshit that a lot of these psychopaths basically want.
Too deep into the history of this department named after a 12-year-old meme, but even before Trump took office, it was clear that Elon Musk's plan to reduce supposed government waste either wasn't the actual goal, or that he and his cohorts lacked even the most basic understanding of government spending. As early as October 2024, Musk publicly declared that it should be possible for him to cut, quote, at least $2 trillion, later reducing that estimate to $1 trillion of the US federal budget, and then again to $150 billion. Merely looking at the numbers...
Yeah, it obviously did not... He didn't... I don't even think he got... We talked about that before with what Doge was trying to do. He didn't even get that 150 billion... Doge was such a spectacular fucking failure that pretty much everyone at this point in time just looks at you just kind of have to point and laugh at Doge of just how pathetic it is.
Without giving it a 5-second pause to think, it seems like something that should be doable. US federal budget in 2023 was $6.4 trillion. Surely reducing that by 1 can't be that hard if you're committed to ruthless cuts. Here's the thing with that though. Listen. What Three Arrows is saying here is absolutely in a sort of rhetorical sense here is definitely fucking correct. It's I mean, given how much government bloat that exists within the United States of America, in a theoretical sort of sense, it should be difficult for Doge to come up with something to try to reduce any of that stuff. The problem is that we're talking about Doge here. They're incredibly incompetent and are being led by a ketamine-addled freak in Elon Musk, who has never been really interested whatsoever in actually addressing any of the problems that, in terms of bloat of the United States government, is actually fucking experiencing. And that much has been made very, very clear by Doge and all the associated fucking weirdos that were appointed there. We've seen the hearings from all the Doge weirdos. Yeah, it was kind of a disaster for them. They made it very clear that they were in reality not at all interested
in operating in good faith or in keeping with the interests of the American people in their mind whatsoever.
Reality check comes in, though. Those 6.4 trillion are basically split up into three categories. Mandatory spending, which you cannot cut because this part of the budget has been allocated by Congress for things like social programs, and to make any changes to this part of the budget requires a majority in Congress to change the laws that this money is allocated for in the future. So there's no real room for cuts here. The second category of the US federal budget is interest payments.
So of course this is like Three Arrows is going through the actual numbers itself to see what is actually possible to cut. We all know that like the shit that Elon Musk was basically trying to say with this fucking bullshit, it was just like, it was a massive fucking copium huff from the beginning. It was never gonna happen.
Which you also cannot cut, which leaves us with the third category of optional spending. Here you have defense, administrative costs, transportation, etc. Now, if you were to cut this entirely overnight...
Which, by the way, if we're talking, of course, about defense, that will never happen.
Meaning $0 for defense and anything non-defense, you would still be 300k short of Musk's initial goal of 2 trillion. Looking at what makes up the US discretionary budget, it's clear to anyone with the most basic understanding of government spending that cutting 1 trillion is a pipe dream, especially if you don't want to touch defense. Not to mention that the stated aim was to cut waste and fraud, not just cut funds.
And as we all know, the whole waste and fraud was an excuse specifically by the Republicans in order to go after social safety nets, because it's the Republican Party. They always want to go after social safety nets.
That opens up the question of what the actual goal of Doge is, given that the official one is on its face fantastical. The goal of Doge is the demoralization of the federal workforce, dismantling the administrative state, and ultimately the destruction of government.
Which has always been a goal of the Republican Party for the latter part of about 40 fucking years. Honestly, even longer than that. I'd say about 60 years. That's always been the goal of the Republicans.
Piece on this in Wired magazine that makes the apt comparison that trying to imagine the long-term effects of...
In fact, actually, even like Sam Cedar of the Majority Report has been talking about that. This has always been the goal of the Republican Party. All the pundits have mentioned this. A bunch of the politicians have mentioned this. Everyone within the Republican Party has made it extremely fucking clear that the point of the Republicans being put in positions of power is to essentially destroy the federal government, to destroy the federal administrative state, because they just don't agree with the federal government to be able to legislate or really like have any say on much of anything whatsoever, I guess, for like lack of a better term. Essentially what I'm saying here is that these motherfuckers within the Republican Party have made it extremely fucking clear that they want absolutely like nothing to do with the administrative state to have any say within like legislative priorities. And that's always been the project of the Republicans for the latter part of about half a century.
And the Trump administration have even done thus far makes your brain feel like you are trying to imagine how deep the ocean is. It's almost beyond human comprehension. I can't run down the whole list, but just to give you an inkling, here are some examples of the cuts and their effects. The firing of thousands of federal workers at the IRS is predicted to lead to a 10% drop in tax revenue in the first quarter of 2025 alone. That's $500 billion, roughly 2/3 of the defense budget, less for schools, infrastructure, etc. They cut roughly a quarter of the health and human services workforce. This will affect disease control and occupational safety and health. This goes hand in hand.
Screwworm, man. Wonder why the screwworm is as bad as it is? It's because of this.
And with a 44% budget cut for the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, this will make the US less able to respond to the next pandemic, among other things. Nearly $1 billion was cut from education research. This effectively ends any kind of data collection on what affects kids' performance in schools, including removing digital tools from classrooms that have already been issued. Trump has also issued an...
Which, by the way, has always been the stated goal of the Republican Party, is to destroy the ability for children to be able to get educated, because, again, if children are not educated, they are less likely or more likely to be conservatives. Again, like I've said before, all conservatives are all fucking groomers. They're all fucking... They just want to groom your children into being fucking dumb fucking conservatives.
executive order instructing the Education Secretary to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education and return authority over education to the states and local communities. In effect,
is
this means
impossible.
the destruction of public schools in low-income areas, as the federal government sends money to public schools that have many low-income students and students with disabilities. The fallout of the destruction of
Because again, for whatever reason, the United States of America decides to fund public schools with fucking property taxes. Why? Racism, that's why. It's because of racism.
USAID could fill an encyclopedia, but I'll give you a couple of examples. In
USAID
Sudan,
is
USAID
a
contributed
lot.
44% of the humanitarian assistance before being shut down. This means that all across the country, food kitchens had to close down, leaving millions at the risk of starvation and preventable illness. In South Africa, the now missing funds are estimated to lead to the
HIV.
death of up to 500,000 people over the next decade. In the United States, the medical trials funded by USAID had to be stopped, leaving thousands without medication and
And again, we know why the Trump administration decided to go ahead with these USAID cuts is because we're kind of dealing with like children. They were basically dealing with a bunch of children who think like playing army men is like hecking cool and super epic. Actually, guys, these are like the people within power in the Trump administration. Basically, we're dealing with a collection of a bunch of children who think that, well, guys, if we just like bomb first and then ask questions later, who really cares at all about like any of the consequences of our actions? Who cares if we just keep cutting stuff over and over and over again? Who cares about any of the consequences that can potentially come up because of our like ridiculous desires to try to cut all these like differing sort of organizations and agencies? Man, who gives a shit? We'll just like keep cutting shit, just keep like trying to break a bunch of stuff, because it turns out if you try to run the government like a business, turns out it's not very intelligent, it's not very smart whatsoever, and it doesn't really fucking work, right? Because that's the sort of idea and thought process of it, right? The government is being now run as a business, and what is the current like sort of orientation of most fucking US businesses? Like, what are they supposed to accomplish, basically? Break a bunch of shit and then deal with the consequences later. And it turns out, whoa, all the stuff that's being broken and all the consequences that we're going to have to deal with as a byproduct of this, it turns out doing that on a global scale with USAID and a bunch of other stuff has some knockdown effects, which are not actually a good thing.
with medical devices in their bodies that are now no longer monitored or cared for. And I'm no fan of a lot of stuff USAID does, but this is something that has to be opposed on principle.
Yes.
DOJ also stopped all work at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has been established after the 2008 financial crisis, and whose job it is to...
And again, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has returned billions of dollars of money back to lower income people, specifically, who got defrauded by corporations, by employers, by a whole bunch of differing sets of people. Again, like, the destruction of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is really, really bad. But then again, it's always been made clear by the Trump administration, all the fucking sycophantic weirdos that they have around them, that they hate poor people. They've always hated poor people, and they want to do everything possible to destroy any semblance of remaining wealth that the poor, generally speaking, has.
Take the big financial institutions who cheat consumers to court. In doing so, it has returned roughly $21 billion to consumers since its inception. With this, Musk destroyed the law enforcement agency that would monitor financial transactions on X. On housing, rental assistance is cut by...
And quick reminder, the reason why he's doing that is because he wanted, at that point in time, to turn Twitter into a... something similar like fucking PayPal, which I find to be very, very funny that, of course, Elon would basically do everything possible in order to try to, relive the metaphorical glory days of fucking PayPal. Like, should we really be surprised by that whatsoever?
$26 billion, heating assistance for low-income households cut by $4 billion, affordable housing resources cut by $1.2 billion, and the list goes on. This will devastate public housing in the United States, including housing for people with disabilities, the elderly, and together with the cuts, the administration budget would halt any rental assistance to able-bodied adults for 2 years. I realize that in my list here, I'm mixing Doge cuts that have already happened and proposed budget cuts, but this is all part of the same project. Under the new spending bill, the EPA's budget would be cut by over 50%. Recently, the EPA announced the rollback of over 30 regulations limiting air pollution from cars and power plants, restrictions on the emissions of mercury, and clean water protections for rivers and streams.
Quick reminder, the main people who are going to be affected by this are mostly going to be poor immigrant communities, because they are the ones who are, generally speaking, living closer to a bunch of these, shall we say, whatchamacallit, like factories that have all of those like pollutants, like the mercury, the air pollution, blah 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 blah.
The EPA estimated that these regulations being in place would save roughly 200,000 Americans dying of heart, respiratory, and otherwise preventable illnesses over the next 25 years. And these are just deaths, not to mention the amount of non-lethal health problems that will undoubtedly arise from this. The same analysis predicts roughly 100 million asthma attacks more by 2050 in the US alone, and 20,000 emergency room visits for cardiovascular problems. At the same time, the administration is quietly moving to get rid of the bans on forever chemicals and invited companies to the government to get exemptions to pollute as much as they want.
Which, by the way, this was the main thing why that dumbass fucking RFK rather Jr. wanted to fucking fight against. Oops, all of a sudden he gets a whiff of fucking power. Now he loves forever chemicals all of a sudden. Like, unironically, he wanted to be the main guy who basically got rid of fucking glyphosates and has been constantly fighting in order to try to take care of fucking glyphosates, right? And now all of a sudden, he's in a position of power within the Trump administration. All of a sudden, he now loves glyphosate. So that's a little interesting. It's very convenient that RFK Jr. all of a sudden is now a big glyphosate fan.
Luckily, there are parts of the government that aren't as easy to dismantle, like Medicare, for instance, a program that keeps 2/3 of all elderly Americans out of poverty. But you don't have to
Of course, this is before the One Big Beautiful Bill was created or signed into law specifically here. So, yeah, Dan not knowing about that is like it's understandable.
Dismantle it to make it not functioning if you fire a significant amount of the people working there. This far, the Trump administration has tried to push out roughly 100,000 federal workers. And with those workers leaving, the institutions they work for will lose an enormous amount of knowledge that is needed to keep the basic government services running. I cannot understate how what I listed here is just the tip of the iceberg. The fallout of this onslaught on the administrative state will echo through generations. This is the two-pronged attack on American democracy we are witnessing right now. What's so paradoxical about this attack is that on the one side, we see a strong state when it comes to the crackdown on civil liberties and disappearing people off the street. On the other side, we see the utter destruction of everything else the state can do. In the past,
again, and this has always been it's fascism, right? This has always been the fucking intention. Now, obviously, Dan understands that, right? 3 Arrows fucking understands that, right? Because he's a historian. He's looked into all this stuff before. Blah 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 blah. This is the same thing that the Nazis also carried out after they took power from the fucking Weimar Republic, right? That's always been the intended goal, right? With people like Stephen Miller and all the other associated freaks around fucking Donald Trump. It's the fascism, baby.
I was always hesitant on my channel to use the term fascist, partially because I feel like we have an instinctive rejection for that term. The bar for it is set so high that even the fascist regimes of yesterday might not even clear it until they reach their final form in the World War. And on some level, I believe this comes from what the consequence would be from accepting that label. If the United States has a fascist government, what does that mean for me? It's something very uncomfortable to have that historic responsibility thrust upon you.
Well,
living in a democracy doesn't require any responsibility, basically. That might be why it's far less controversial to say that the United States 100 years ago, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, and South Korea all are democracies. even though their political systems are so vastly different that a single descriptor doesn't really do them justice. So you wouldn't expect American fascism to look like German fascism given the massively different circumstances between both countries and time periods. And a great example of this is the concept of...
I mean, like, listen, in a technical sense, Dan is correct here, obviously. But, you know, yada, 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 a lot of the inspirations for German fascism came from Jim Crow apartheid within America, but, you know, the yada, 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 like, yeah, we know. Like, in a technical sense here, what Three Arrows is describing here is absolutely fucking correct, obviously. Differing forms of fascism is going to vary based on the environment and the political systems, blah, 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 blah. But there's a reason why a lot of the America bad types constantly talk about America, quote unquote, being the root of all evil, which I don't agree with, but you can understand where it kind of comes from. The fact that America, as a country itself, has been able to inspire, for lack of a better term, a lot of the current terrible fascistic systems and people within fucking power to, shall we say, for lack of a better term, carry out their most inner desires, should fucking say something to a lot of people.
Worker, German fascism was unable to conquer the laboring classes. They were something that had to be destroyed or subjugated given their socialist convictions. In the United States currently, the lines are drawn at different spots, and this is something historian Enzo Traverso wrote on in his text, Post-Fascism, Fascism as a Transhistorical Concept. The radical right claims the classic populist paradigm of the good people opposed to the corrupted elites, but has significantly reformulated it. In the past, the good people meant an ethnically homogeneous rural community opposed to the dangerous classes of the big,
aka the lumpen proletariat.
cities. After the end of communism, a defeated working class struck by deindustrialization has been reintegrated in this virtuous national community. The bad people of post-fascist imagination, immigrants, Muslims, and blacks of the suburbs, veiled women, junkies, and marginal men, are merged with the leisure classes that adopt liberated customs, feminists, LGBTQ, anti-racist, ecologists, and defenders of immigrant rights. On the opposite spectrum, the good people are nationalist, anti-feminist, homophobic, xenophobic, and nourish a clear hostility towards ecology, modern arts, and intellectualism. As Holocaust survivor Primo Levi put it a little bit more succinctly in 1974, every era has its own fascism. But no matter the era, fascism is anti-democracy. And what is obvious to anyone willing to see is that what we are currently seeing in the United States is an attempt to destroy American democracy and the idea of a government that can do anything besides locking you up, kill people overseas, and help corporations and billionaires make as much money as possible. And even though the situations are so vastly different, we can look to other moments in history where there was also an attempt.
And we, again, like we said, like is being consistently said here, like the allegory, it's all there. A lot of it is very, very, it's not going to be 100% one-to-one, but it's always going to be rather fucking close, right? Like, we've all made the argument. I mean, like, leftists have made the fucking argument consistently. Like, yeah, we are currently in a fascistic moment. Like, this is fascism. This is what it fucking looks like, right? This is a form that it can fucking take. And obviously, like, because of how shit American education is, generally speaking, obviously, a lot of them, I don't want to say, like, cope. Yeah, I don't want to say exactly cope, but a lot of Americans don't 100% understand the sort of like situation of how systems, political systems especially, have differing forms and differing dynamics, right? It's not always going to be like, well, like 3 Hours himself also described earlier. A lot of these systems that we constantly fucking bring up and talk about are not always going to have like the same form as it did historically speaking. German fascism during the time of the Nazis is obviously going to be different from the current forms of fascism that we are currently saddled with at this current moment. It's always going to be different, and it depends on the sort of time period, the material conditions, and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's never been a sort of one-to-one sort of ordeal. So to say that, like, well, you know, how can America be fascist when clearly it's like it's not like Nazi Germany whatsoever. It's like, well, it's just like, it's different. It depends on the situation, but there are certain historical parallels that you can always point to and just be like, it's similar in this particular aspect. It's not one-to-one per se, but there are things that you can point to, historically speaking.
Attempt to destroy democracy from the right and draw our conclusions. Here's where we come full circle to the question of America's Weimar moment and whether it's here now. To me, that answer is yes, although not in a way you might think. Looking at Weimar Germany, there were dozens of moments where it could have gone another way. Even in January 1933, the rise of the Third Reich was by no means set in stone. There were so many chances to strengthen and save German democracy that were, for some reason or another, not taken up. German democracy died slowly of 1,000 little cuts rather than some big killing blow. This is also why the...
This is also true, by the way, because, again, like... And I think this is, like, pretty much the perfect way for Three Arrows to describe this, is currently we're still sort of in the metaphorical sort of cuts moment, where, again, there's still a lot of cuts. There's still, like... chances to try to save American democracy. It's not completely over. There's still a lot of chances in order to save American fucking democracy, which is where I am going to bring in, again, the problem that I'm having specifically with a lot of neo-fucking liberals and a lot of these illiberal fucking goddamn Democrats. They are wholeheartedly incapable of meeting the current moment that we are finding ourselves under, right? And it's been made extremely clear that they are not meeting it whatsoever. Very, very, very fucking clear. And that is why a lot of these neoliberal geriatric fucking dipshits need to step aside and, make it such that if we want to save American fucking democracy, or at least have a chance at fucking saving it, it's time for all these dumbasses to step aside and let the fucking socialists fight against the fucking fascists, because it's been made extremely fucking clear that these fucking neoliberal centrists, they're not meeting the moment.
Passivity I talked about earlier is so frustrating to watch. Each small compromise makes the next slightly larger one seem more acceptable, gradually shifting the boundaries of what is considered
Overton window, man.
Reading about the Weimar era for my podcast and going through all those situations where individuals and broader society failed to avert what was about to come, it is really striking that there seems to be one constant that almost all historians point to, a chance that was missed again and again and again, especially in the later years of the Republic. And if you take anything from this video, please let it be this. Anti-democratic movements have to be met every inch of the way. You have to fight them on everything. There is no half measure in trying to preserve a democracy.
This is the exact same stuff that I have also been consistently saying. You cannot show these people mercy. You cannot give them an inch. You must fight them at every fucking turn. You cannot stop. You cannot surrender. You cannot offer any, and I mean any, grace or fucking sympathy whatsoever to these complete and utter fucking charlatans. Because the Republican Party and all these, like, dumbasses in positions of power have made it extremely fucking clear that they are just wholeheartedly and completely and utterly uninterested whatsoever in wanting to basically abide by the popular will of the people, or wanting to abide by anything that is in line with the ultimate fucking desires of the will of the people, or any broader fucking constituency, except for their own oligarchic dipshit buddies that give them all their fucking goddamn money. That has been made extremely fucking clear, right? Corporate power is here, and they're the ones that are facilitating this current fascistic moment, which is why a lot of fucking people, especially within, the Democratic fucking caucus, are as critical of the fucking Democrats as they are. Because it's been being made more and more clear by the fucking second that they are not interested in meeting the fucking moment. And as a result, people are going to start looking for alternatives. This is why when I said when the Democratic Party lost in 2024, that there is only one pathway forward for the Democrats to be able to survive as a party. There's a reason why I fucking said it that way. It was a genuine fucking piece of advice to the Democrats. Obviously, it was never going to be listened to, but whatever. The only way forward to fix any of this stuff is, again, by rejecting the neoliberal model, because it is obvious that it has completely and utterly fucking failed. It's not working. It's over. You guys have tried to do neoliberal fucking centrism to try to beat Trump. You lost 2 out of 3 times. It brought Trump, and it got Trump back into power. That shit ain't fucking working. And like I said before, I do really believe that Donald Trump, if there was no COVID, if COVID was not a factor, he more than likely would have fucking lost. Or Joe Biden, of course, would have more than likely fucking lost in 2020. I do fucking solemnly believe that. I really do. Because again, it's been made very, very clear that the Democratic Party is wholeheartedly uninterested in meeting the moment and doing everything possible to be effective pushbacks, or, effective fucking pushbacks, or like an effective sort of like blocker to the fascistic tendencies and directions that the United States is very, very clearly going under. And the Democrats, they do not care. Because again, like I said before, similar to that of the Republican Party, they all have the exact same interests. And those interests do not give a flying fuck whatsoever about wanting to have like democratic principles put in place, or even like the ability to be able to have people be able to fucking participate within democracy. For them, it's all about money in the fucking short term. And not only the Democrats, but also the Republicans have made it very, very clear that that's what they care more about in particular.
Democracy. Either it is preserved or it isn't. So seeing Democratic leadership not even be willing to shut down the government when the Trump administration is, again, literally destroying the state apparatus, when they arrest judges and deport legal residents as well as United States citizens, when an unelected billionaire is performing a bust-out on the state, something that was...
Which, again, like, the Democrats eventually did actually capitulate to that, but that shutdown, the first shutdown was, like, so ineffective. It took them literally 3 fucking shutdowns for them to finally learn their fucking goddamn lessons, and they got like a slight win that ended up not even mattering all that much. Like, in every which way that the Democratic Party could be as ineffective as possible, goddamn, they have been as ineffective as possible.
It's obvious from a mile away, as you can see in the leaked memo I read to you in the beginning. You might even have seen this coming decades ago, because this isn't a sudden insurgence. This isn't one party brainwashed and captured by radicals. The idea that government is the problem.
By the way, as much as the fucking goddamn stupid Democrats love to fucking constantly say that, all these like moderate, like quote-unquote liberal dumbasses, like, no. Like, that talking point has always like triggered the fuck out of me, because it's just like, dude, this is the Republican Party. This has always been the Republican Party. They have not changed. This is who they are. It's just taking, not even its ultimate form, but its current fucking form with Trump. This was an inevitability. This was always going to fucking happen. But then again, it's because in reality, it's like I said before, all these people have the exact same fucking interests. And that's billionaire interests. And they are wholeheartedly okay with the destruction of democracy if it means that they can keep making money.
The idea that religious values should trump civil liberties, unleashing the free market economy within the state. None of this is new in any way. Rather, it's the final form of the Republican project going back decades. Going one step further, when you see that this movement that currently holds all 3 branches of government cheer, applaud, and chant USA to footage of largely innocent people being put in chains and having their heads shaved, on an emotional level, you feel that this rot cannot be undone by 1, 2, or 3 elections. Even in the best-case scenario that Trump is ousted in a couple of years, something akin to a new Reconstruction era is probably the only way for the United States.
Exact same thing I've also said myself.
To remain a democracy. Today, if you'll indulge me, I'll leave you with a poem I keep thinking back to recently. A poem I was surprised to find out has never been translated into English. It's called Rathenau by Kurt Tucholsky and is named after the German foreign minister Walter Rathenau, who was assassinated in 1922. In his poem, Tucholsky is addressing the Republic, meaning politicians, but also society at large. It's very obvious that the author was very frustrated about the passivity he saw on display in the face of a rising far-right, constantly yielding space to their enemies, letting them seize the initiative. And I apologize in advance for the lack of poetic rhythm in my translation, but this is the best I could come up with. Strike, strike, hit them hard. They all flinch, for there is no man. They are only snipers in hiding. Hold them fast. Your house will burn if you let it smolder now. Tear apart the noose of paragraphs. Don't fall into it. You must succeed. 4 years of slaughter, that is, God knows, enough. You stand before your final breath. Show what you are. Judge yourself. Die or fight. There is no third choice.
Bro's fucking cooking there. And I've, like, listen, this is all the exact same shit that I myself have also said. You cannot give an inch to the Republican Party. You cannot give an inch to fascists. They have wholeheartedly been completely uninterested. And it's very obvious and clear that these psychopaths, these fucking freaks, are wholeheartedly and completely and utterly uninterested in basically wanting to go back to normal. As much as all the neoliberal dumbass fucking centrists want to say that it is, it's like, no, this was inevitable. This was always going to happen. There's only one option available right now, and that is to fight and to not show any fucking mercy to these people, because the opposition will not show any to you.
Not really sure what to put here for the outro. Probably just some footage I took while riding my motorcycle. That way you'll have something nice to look at while I keep talking. Anyhow, thank you for watching, folks, especially if you have been a subscriber for a longer while, considering how quiet it has been on this channel. Truth be told, I somewhat burned out on...
Okay, so this is Three Arrows going over his, status as a channel. Fantastic video, great video here, of course, by Three Arrows. Would highly recommend watching, honestly, any of his fucking video essays. They're all just good. All of them are fucking good. Fantastic, of course. And it should be made very fucking clear. Democracy has always been at risk within the United States of America, especially with the further concentration of wealth and power. Now, obviously, Donald Trump is currently in a bad position right now. He's a bit of a lame duck. That does not mean that the danger is over. It's never over until Republicans as a party, as an institution, is completely and utterly disenfranchised. Because the danger will never go away. This is a project that has to be fought for eternity. Because if the powers that be smell even one moment of fucking weakness, just one moment of weakness, they will fucking pounce. Which is why you have to do everything possible in order to keep fighting, to never fucking surrender to the opponent, because guess what? They make it very fucking clear, the bourgeoisie, the rich, capitalists, blah, 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 that they will do anything possible in order to further erode away the administrative state, that they will further erode away the vestiges of the state itself. To do what exactly? Oh, have the exact sort of, shall we say, policies. That's what I want, basically. That they want in order to be able to further concentrate more and more wealth and power under themselves. Which is why you have to do everything possible to push back against all of this fucking bullshit from not only the Republicans, but also from the corporate Democrats, who they themselves have made it very clear that they are wholeheartedly uninterested in meeting the moment and actually fighting against the tide of fucking fascism. And the constituency of the Democratic Party is making it more and more clear with more and more of these elections that the Democrats keep constantly fucking losing. Meanwhile, they just sit there completely and utterly bewildered, saying like, "What happened? Why are we fucking losing in this way?" It's like, well, because nobody fucking likes you guys. You don't have a vision for tomorrow. You don't have a vision, and it's been made extremely fucking clear that you guys are not interested whatsoever in terms of actually addressing any of the material conditions of the fucking goddamn of the people in basically looking at or taking care of any of the desires of your fucking constituents. You don't have a brand. You have made it very clear that you don't give a shit. You just want to get more money or as much money as you can and also run out the back door like the Republicans. But it turns out the American people are not actually interested in that. And they have said, fuck that. We want people who actually fight and are actually going to be interested in protecting our rights in comparison to these like namby-pamby, dumb fuck loser ass liberals who are just willing to sit on their fucking asses, be little fucking cowards, and suckle at the teat of fucking corporations. And that much has been made extremely fucking clear to the broader Democratic constituency. And they are, making it, well, clear that they are not interested in continuing down this fucking path. So guess what? As I've said back when the Democrats lost the election in 2024, if the Democratic Party wants to survive as a party, as an institution, then they have to do everything possible in order to push back and essentially fight against not only the oncoming tides of fascism, but to even fight for their own survival as a fucking party. Because the Democrats are making it more and more clear by the day that they are just completely and wholeheartedly uninterested in giving up the capitalistic interests that basically the Republican Party also has a complete and utter adherence to. And that's really the main sort of problem that we have to point out here specifically, is the corporate interests that have essentially led us all to the current juncture that we find ourselves under. It should be made and, seen as extremely obvious and fucking clear. But then again, the Democrats don't give much of a flying fuck about any of this stuff because they too are completely cucked to fucking capital, like that of the Republican Party. And as Marx himself has consistently said, well, maybe not Marx, but that the tendency of fucking capital is to continue to concentrate more and more wealth and power under itself, and that as a byproduct of that, it has been made extremely fucking clear that the interests of all of these oligarchic dipshits are fundamentally against not only the interests of the people, but also of that of the political and state apparatus in of itself, that both parties have been allowed to just say, we're okay with that, we don't really give a shit, blah, 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 blah. And it's just why a lot of people have been clamoring for hostile takeovers of not only the DNC, of the Democratic Party, because that's the only current apparatus that exists within the United States of America to actually provide any potential form of pushback against the further concentration of power and wealth that's currently happening right now within the United States of America. Because the American people have made it clear that in reality, they're not okay with this shit, and that it's actively very, very unpopular. But no one seems to really want to do anything about it, which is ultimately the most tragic part of all of this. But yeah, I've done my sort of ramblings and yappings on all of this for long enough. It's very clear that the Democratic Party is just uninterested whatsoever in addressing the moment of fascism currently within power. And honestly, the United States of America is just currently very lucky at the moment that a lot of the necessary preconditions for the successful fascist or Nazi fucking takeover of the United States of America is not able to catalyze itself in the way that it did in the 1930s, like it did for fucking Germany. That much is very, 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 very fucking clear. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Do like me some fucking Three Arrows. Three Arrows is a very, very good channel. They're very good, folks. Fantastic. But you know, we had our heavy topic. We're gonna have some more fun topics now. Oh boy. I think it is time for me to try to get some SAM, because I need some power shards. I need to do some fucking research. Ooh, another purple slug. Lovely. Which means we need to go into the cave. We gotta go into the cave with the big spider. I hate the big spiders. I hate them. The worst. The spiders in this game give me the heebie-jeebies. Which I thought was very nice for the devs, Boy Meets Mini. I don't know if Boy Meets Mini is here. But it's very nice of the devs, for example, to essentially put in an arachnophobia mode because they knew how much, well, how many people would definitely get the fucking heebie-jeebies from the spiders. And it seems like the grappling hook now actually works properly. Pull me up. Yes. Yes. No more fucking dumbass ladders. We got a grappling hook. That's good. That's great. Fantastic. Oh, man. I didn't need to do that. Oh, also, there's a bunch of weird tech you can do with the parachute, where you can essentially use the parachute to go up hills. It's a little weird, the parachute, but for whatever reason in this game, I don't know if Boy Meets Mini is here, but for whatever reason in this game, the parachute is very weird. It lets you climb up hills. And I don't know why it lets you do that. It's very strange. Not that I'm complaining. It's like, okay. Like, free cheese? Okay. Cool. I came here for explosives. I needed explosives. That's what I needed. And it's pretty fucking quick. I think it's faster than running. But for whatever reason, on any fucking incline... Yeah, I'm currently using the parachute. I'm able to climb up this incline while on the parachute. It's about as fast as running. It's very weird. The parachute only deactivates when you hit a flat surface. Which is interesting to say the least. Alright, well, let's go kill some spiders. Some explosives. I want some SAM. Might make a little factory, nothing crazy, to get the research. Because I do want to get the research, because the next part in terms of the production of, further production of SAM based resources, aka strange alien metal, you need the manufacturer, I believe. So I just want to get some of that initial research done. We'll just, like, you know, we'll just go to the fucking hole, kill everything. I don't have any fucking automated miners on me to make the mine, so I should probably get that. We'll get the automated miner. We'll kill all the spiders. And then do some research. How many Mercer spheres do I have? I don't have that many Mercer spheres. Matt Mercer. Nyeh. But I want to turn all of my slugs into power shards. And try to get more upgrades. We do have slug producers. Well, when they feel like it. In the dogs. So, I mean, we'll get them eventually. But I would like to get some upgrades. Then again, I can always just make more dogs. Might have to just make more dogs. We can just always do that. Anywho. It's time for some funny stuff now. Alright, let's get started. So this is, I think, pretty genuinely pathetic. Yeah, pretty genuinely fucking pathetic here by the by the president. And it's the current America State Fair, I believe. And for America's 250th anniversary, and this is the grounds of the State Fair, right around the White House, I believe, or you know, it's in Washington D.C. Blah 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 blah, and goddamn, like this, so much for this patriotic celebration. National Mall, thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. So much for that patriotic fucking celebration of America's values and whatnot for America's 250th birthday. Man, that's going real well for you there, Mr. President, isn't it? God, it's like completely empty for this like giant ass fucking concert, dude. God, this is an embarrassment, man. Bro, they have this fucking giant stage here erected and everything, and there's no one here, dude. Are they playing Beyonce? I think they're playing Beyonce. Whatever, dude. Yeah, like, look at this shit. It's fucking empty, dude! Oh, man, this is so fucking good, dude. This is an embarrassment. We're gonna go over some fucking videos, okay? Nothing too crazy. Here, we got Majority Report talking about the pathetic attempts, seemingly, by the Trump administration or by all the propagandists to try to spin this as, like, I don't know. Oh, dude, look at how epic and cool this fucking celebration of America is. Whoa. And it should make a lot of sense why this is happening in particular, because obviously Trump is coping and seething about this. He's like pissed off about this. Why is no one attending my beautiful, beautiful fair? What's going on here? It's like, well, because it's first off, it's you who's running the fucking show, and also not a lot of people are very, very content with how America is going right now. Like, something that's meant to be a patriotic celebration of America, I think it makes a lot of fucking sense for people to not be really interested in celebrating a country that they feel like is going in the fucking wrong directions, which is borne out within polling, that people feel like America is headed into the fucking wrong directions. So, should we really be surprised that people are not going out to celebrate? Like, for America, like, I can only imagine what July 4th is going to be like. Oh my god, it's going to be a disaster for the Trump administration. But, like, oh man, I'm not even gonna fucking think about this. It's genuinely incredible. But why don't we take a look? What do we got here?
His birthday, and it's 250 years, ladies and gentlemen, of the old red, white, and blue.
Oh
Here's
boy.
Peter Ducey covering now.
Peter
I hope you go to
Ducey.
the American State Fair. Apparently, I've also read that there was an attempt that I can't remember what agency it was. Maybe the Smithsonian had raised a lot of money to do some big events, and Trump canceled it all, and they ended up having to use the events for the money for something else. That being, I think.
By the way, this is also a consistent pattern of behavior from the Trump administration. All because, again, like any other fascist, they want to try to control all forms of media and artwork under themselves, and try to do like engage in like these beautification fucking projects. It turns out if nobody really likes what the whole shtick of America is in terms of said fucking attempts at beautification, no one's going to be down with that, and no one's going to like exactly what like America is trying to propose here. Like in every single way that this could be a complete fucking disaster for the president of the United States of America, because it turns out people don't like nobody really likes all the tacky gaudiness that America basically represents under fucking Donald Trump. Nobody likes the fucking soyed out weird like gold everywhere tacky bullshit from the Trump administration. It's cringe, it's fucking boring, it's uninteresting, and no one really fucking jives with it, little bros. Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where you just look at all the conservatives, it's like cope and see. Nobody fucking likes you guys.
The Trump 250 State Fair, and what it is, they've taken the Washington Mall, not near the reflecting pool, because you're not allowed to go near there now, and they're putting up...
I believe there's still National Guardsmen patrolling by the reflecting pool. God, it's so stupid, man.
State, like, booths to sort of reminiscent of a state fair, but more dramatic. And the thing is, there's going to be tens of thousands of people on the mall, and this
So many
weekend,
people.
they were going to have the big concert with Vanilla Ice.
And Milli Vanilli and Bret Michaels, but they canceled. But Vanilla stayed in.
Vanilla stayed
what
in.
year is it?
And here is footage from
Fucking
America's
hilarious,
Fair.
bro.
They're covering it live on Fox. They've got great seats. They can see all the huge crowds all the way
So
down
many
the
people.
mall with the Washington Monument in the background.
All the
Here
people.
They are talking about it. This is Peter Ducey, and some other lady.
You ever in your wildest dreams
Some other
seen
lady.
your Sunday show from a state fair on the National Mall? How great is this?
It's really something. And the weather, not the best today, but people are still coming out.
People are still coming. Listen, we need rain, so we'll take it.
Bro, it's fucking empty, man. Sorry, Mr. President, we're huffing some fucking copium for you right now. It's not because nobody fucking... It's the rain, sir. It's the fucking rain. Yeah, that's why no one's coming to the state fair right now. Totally, bro.
Rain, so we're gonna be okay with it.
We do.
Freeze it. Leave it up there. I want to make it clear. This is during the fair.
Yeah.
The fair is happening now. It is not happening. You can see, to Peter Ducey's right, you can see people actually going in and out of these booths at the state fair. Also, and there's like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then there's 2 on the left, 8, 9, 10 people. So there are people there. Out of the 330 million people eligible to go to this U.S. State Fair, there's 10 people who are there. And again, I remind you, this is not the night before as the workers are setting up. This is when it's open.
Do you remember this sound drop?
I think it's good.
Now let's play this again. It is shocking.
Dude, it's totally going great. Guys, everyone likes America. Americans are certainly big fans of what America is up to. Whoa, crazy dudes. Man, Boy Meets Minnie, your fucking country's cooked, man.
She's actually putting on the brave face, like, isn't this, can you imagine ever being here? And he's like, it's a little bit rainy. It might not look like a lot, but
hottest ticket.
Ever in your wildest dreams think you
It's
made
so
it to
hot,
your Sunday
folks.
show from a state fair
Hottest
on the
country.
National Mall? How great is this?
It's really something. And the weather.
He's looking out at it. Nobody's
People are still
there.
coming out.
People are still coming.
All right, but maybe this is the angle.
They're totally coming,
The angle
guys.
That is meant to be the one showing all of the tens
And there's
of
no one
thousands of
there.
people.
the sun comes out.
Like, literally, there's nobody there. It's just fucking hilarious, dude. Man, in every which way, this could have been a complete disaster for the Republican Party. And again, it should really just, like, tell you. The main thing is that, like, conservatives, they have no culture. They have no fucking motion. Nobody fucking cares. Yeah, it is literally the Undertale meme, Boy Meets Minnie, but nobody fucking came. Like, unironically, but nobody fucking came for the president's, like, shitty fucking attempts at making a fair. And, like, man, it's fucking hilarious, dude.
The angle that we just saw That's the money shot angle, right? That's the one they set up so that we can see the huge crowds.
That is from Fox News.
And here is more of it.
Yeah, you gotta wait till the sun comes out. Their party really starts up.
True.
Oh my God.
Bro, there's no one here, man.
Oh, a juggler?
Should we?
Oh God, dude. Even the fucking audio balancing is bad. Bro, yeah, more people do show up in my fucking comment section to be like weird fucking cultists. But it turns out, Boy Meets Mini, if the main constituency that you're trying to appeal to are like weirdo fucking shut-ins that don't go outside much, it turns out those guys don't really go outside all that much and might not be big fans of, I don't know, America or something? I don't fucking know, bro. It's fucking stupid, bro. Yeah.
Pause it right there. Pause it. Hey man, should we set up some chairs for folks who can't stand?
The handicapped chairs aren't even filled.
Should I put out 8 chairs? I don't know. That could be 5 too many.
That's a little optimistic. 8 chairs.
Too many people.
There are
Too many
more.
chairs.
I've had more people at my stand-up shows in DC. I love the
This is amazing. Should we put up signs not to walk on the grass to justify why there's not enough people here to walk on the grass?
I love the Lawrence of Arabia music being played for the jugglers.
This is amazing. Continue.
Dude, this is fucking awesome,
We're all the
bro.
way from Las Vegas. Really excited to be here with the National Endowment for the Arts on the mall for the 250th.
This is amazing.
Bro, this is fucking amazing. Keep in mind, like, literally Trump has been doing everything possible to defund the National Endowment of the Arts because he hates art. Like every other fucking fascist. Like, dude, it's so fucking funny, dude.
Amazing.
There's less people there than there would be there on a normal day.
Wait.
Bro, why is there fucking drums going on and random fucking opera music? God, it's such a... Holy sh... Did they, like, really coordinate none of this? Did they... I bet they fired all the choreographers. That's what it is. They fired all the fucking libtard choreographers or whatever. That's what they did.
Pause it. Pause it for 1 second. Right there. Okay. Let's figure this out. Look at the shadows there. This is not 6 a.m. in the morning.
Dude, you know what Sam is doing? Dude, Sam is doing... he's doing schizo detective work. Dude. Holy shit, Sam Cedar's a schizo now. Oh my god, this is fucking awesome, dude.
Almost so.
That is almost like noon, right?
Yes. And you can see it's sunny. It's not a rainy day like it was on when Fox was broadcasting.
True.
This is nuts. There is nobody there.
I added an 11A, which is just one more footage of this, and this was the peak final.
All right, let's keep playing this one out because I think it's almost done, but that is just crazy.
250th. We're going to start it off with Ozzy and the drum.
Yay! Says that one person.
Yay! Yay!
The security guy's going like, I'm getting...
Why the fuck is there drum and the fucking opera singing? What is this, dude? Oh man, dude, it's just... This is why you don't have fascists ever engage in like artistic planning or any form of artistic medium because they can't do it, man.
Getting paid overtime for this? Are you kidding me?
It's a little bit weird to hear the opera singer over the surf-style drums. Sounds like a scary movie.
It is what an amazing disaster of a failure.
So this is like
A success of a failure.
This is the peak.
Okay.
They said this was the grand final hour of the state fair or something.
Okay, all right. So, folks, we just showed you snapshots. 1 in the morning, 1 at noon. But what about by the end of the day, when people really start getting to D.C.?
True.
Watch how this thing fills up, ladies and gentlemen.
Happy early birthday, America. We're celebrating already at the Great American State Fair. Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating this birthday with us, Tommy.
Pause it, 1 second. Where would those thousands...
Guys, I don't know. Okay, listen, okay, we don't need to be, let's just say, schizo detectives, okay? I don't think you need to get out your fucking schizo glasses to say that. I don't know about you. I don't think that's thousands, guys. I think that's, like, dozens. You know, call me, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, really bad at math. I did graduate of higher level math, and I am a STEM nerd. Okay, so I like to think that I'm pretty good at fucking math and counting and whatnot. I mean, I play factory automation games all the fucking goddamn time. Okay, I'm very, very good with numbers. I don't know about you guys. That's not thousands. This is probably dozens, maybe hundreds, maybe. That's being generous. This is probably like dozens of fucking people, dude.
Dozens of people be hiding. They don't even have enough to run the Ferris wheel.
No, the Ferris wheel is power cut, and they...
Oh, there it is.
Wait, is that true? Did the Ferris wheels? Oh my god, that's so funny. Did the Ferris wheels power cut? Honestly, that would just... It's like it's a perfect fucking encapsulation of Trump as like a fucking president, dude, as like an administrator. Just scam, 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 overhype, and then final product. Oh wait, no, actually I just thought of the perfect comparison. It's like when Mr. Krabs made the water park, the Krusty Krab park basically, and had all the kids come in to try to go on the fucking playground rides and whatnot, and it was like cobbled together, mostly broken fucking bullshit, dude. It's so fucking goofy, man.
Okay.
I would say you might have 100 there.
But the amazing thing is, we could literally count.
Yeah, I counted the foreground here.
We're not going to have
35.
to estimate what the...
I don't think I'm being arrogant when I say that if Majority Report did a live show on that field, there would be 3 times the amount of people there.
And only
True.
Discord.
Good. Somebody, Barney Bro wrote America's 250 attendees.
Thousands of people celebrating.
6:59 p.m.
Only the most patriotic people.
We got to see some of the
Very
exhibits.
patriotic.
What I got, which was a lot of people going, "Hey, love to watch it on Fox."
And by the way, there was like a lot of people, like all the MAGA cultist weirdos were basically trying to cope about this, saying like, of course, those unpatriotic losers within Washington D.C., which has a 93% like voting rate for fucking Democrats. Of course they wouldn't fucking show up to this because they're so unpatriotic and they hate America. Nyeh. And it's just like, okay, if that were the fucking case, right? Let's just say that's the case or whatever, and that's the main reason why there's no one coming to the dumbass fucking fair. Okay, sure. Let's just go with that. Then why the fuck are you guys not like, I don't know, getting a bunch of people in from like red states in order to participate at the fair? I think it's just because your guys' fair is just fucking dog shit, and that Donald Trump does not know how to run a fucking fair. Have you ever considered that maybe, just maybe, this is radical, okay? To be saying this, okay? I can't believe that the lip-cucked lefty is saying this, but skill issue? Yeah, I don't know, maybe just skill issue, dude.
I hope a lot of them left them all, went home and turned on their TV. They're watching this right now, but yeah.
My fucking headset's goddamn fucking shitting bed right now.
What I got, which was a lot of people going, "Hey, love to watch it on Fox." I hope a lot of them left them all, went home and turned on their TV. They're watching this right now, but happy early birthday.
Yeah, I think a lot. That's what they all did. Is they were all there, but then they went home.
Also, why the fuck is Tommy Loren there, dude? Yeah. Since when the fuck did Tommy Loren become a regular Fox News contributor? When the fuck did that shit happen?
To watch it on TV because it's such great television.
Yeah, bro.
That is amazing. Amazing. I can't get over how poorly attended that is. I feel horrible. Honestly.
I don't.
We came all the way from Las Vegas to do this. We actually had more people on our plane. We could have performed at the gate of the Vegas airport and to more people.
What's Kid Rock doing? He's not showing up.
Oh, incidentally.
Why is he not there? I don't get it.
Vanilla Ice canceled because they had no ticket sales. And by ticket sales, I mean they...
Oh my god, even Vanilla Ice fucking can't. Dude. Vanilla Ice canceled because no one bought any tickets. You're telling me that no one wants to listen to some, I don't know, one-hit wonder rapper? Like weirdo MAGA fucking loser now? In Vanilla Ice, dude? You're telling me no one wants to watch that guy? Whoa, crazy. What the fucking deal with this spider? Now fucking bro decides to spawn in. Bastard. Dun 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 dun. Ow. That's not what I wanted. That's the wrong weapon. Have I ever said how much I hate these jumping little bastards? Fuck you. Listen, Skyrim spiders are not that bad because they don't jump around and be like little assholes. Those guys are fucking assholes. I hate those guys.
Couldn't give away free tickets. They didn't cost anything.
Vanilla Ice had to cancel the America's 250th birthday party celebration.
Wait, is that a drama?
Vanilla Ice is saying, I don't want to be embarrassed.
I don't want to be embarrassed.
Just shows you how unpatriotic they are in DC.
Now,
they hate us.
To be fair, nobody showed up at the Donald Trump's America 250 States Fair. Meanwhile, just down from there, Trump is so desperate to maintain the fiction that people are trying to sabotage his reflecting pool.
Saboteurs.
That in a sort of like...
Can't believe they're sabotaging me.
LARP and perform for the president to make him believe that his reflecting pool disaster, and really it's not a disaster because they keep pumping money into the whole thing and it's all just some type of like payoff for his buddies.
Well,
they have now
always has been.
Increased security around the reflection pool and have basically created almost a dystopian police state level of...
Just gave Palantir an extra $10 million to do this.
An absolute madman.
This is from No Turtle Soup 17 on Instagram.
Nah, the pool is fucking K-Lid, Boy Meets Minnie. Let's be honest here. That shit's K-Lid.
This is what's going on at the reflection pool.
It's a tense situation.
Why the fuck? Dude, why are the fucking National Guard there? Oh my fucking lord, bro. Holy shit. God, that's so fucking pathetic, bro. Jesus Christ. That's pathetic, man.
Yeah, play it again.
Dude, why the fuck is there like a speaker saying that people are not permitted on an area that's public property, bro? Jesus Christ, man.
Loitering is not allowed in this area.
Don't loiter by the reflecting pool.
Jesus Christ, man.
Keep it moving, all right?
If you can see your reflection, you're there too long.
What are you doing? What are you thinking about?
You can't look at the reflecting pool, folks. Can't look at it.
Think about attacking America.
It's an attack. Jesus.
Reverend Dr. Snuffleuopoulos says, is the video on the fun half not being streamed on YouTube? No, it is. Fallopian tube. The primary function of the reflecting pool is as a place to loiter. Yes.
Yes.
Just make it quick.
Don't hog the reflections.
Don't reflect too much in the reflecting pool.
Trying to explain to Trump what reflecting is.
Who would want to do that? I don't get it.
I don't get it. That's for my lawyers to do.
Oh, God. I mean, like, it's so fucking goofy. It's ridiculous. I mean, I also had a fucking David Dole video uploaded about... I mean, it's going to be a lot of the exact same points. I just want to go over, like, Trump's fucking cope. Where is it? Here's Trump's fucking goddamn cope. Which I think is the funniest part about all of this. Oh, man. David, you're in the way. God damn it. There we go. Do you think people appreciate what a fantastic job we did in building and operating the Great American State Fair at the National Mall, packed with happy people and everybody loving it? I don't know, man. I mean, packed with people? Yeah, sure, man. Totally. But, like, happy? I mean, that's ultimately another question. I think this is probably, like, another day for them. But then now there's, like, a bunch of other, like, random booths. So they can, like, I don't know, have some random key jinglies or something. Like, okay, bro. Like, nice meme. Sure, bro. Ask yourself the simple question. Do you think Obama or Sleepy Joe Biden could do it? The answer is no. I'm pretty sure they probably could. Listen, the only reason why all the people canceled and didn't want anything to do with this dumbass fucking fair is because, again, you decided to make it as partisan as possible. And Vanilla Ice canceled it because nobody actually wanted to go there because everybody fucking hates you and America at the moment. Americans hate America now because of your fucking policies and fucking positions that you constantly fucking not positions, but like all the fucking shit that you do. If you wanted people to not hate or to go to this celebration, quote unquote, of America, maybe, and this is just like a radical fucking thing, maybe you shouldn't have done as much fucking up of the country and made it the basically one of the new international fucking pariahs around the world alongside fucking Israel. Then maybe people would be more proud and willing to go to the American to the American State Fair in order to celebrate America's 250th fucking anniversary more readily. But unfortunately, no. So instead, you have to like cope and fucking seethe about your dog shitty, like your really just shitty fucking goddamn I guess like organizational skills or ability to even run like a fucking fair. And I don't know, you have to like cope and seethe on True Social about it. Like I don't know, like it really is one of those situations where it's just like, god damn, dude, like it's just it's a confirmation of just how like cope and seethe, Jack, echoing through our minds, of course. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, cope and fucking seethe, Jack. It really is just like a perfect encapsulation of just like how much people just do not like fascists or fascism because they're cringe and they don't produce good shit, bro, and nobody fucking likes any of that shit. And all they could do is just like whine, bitch, moan, and complain and cope and seethe about the fact that in reality they get no bitches, they got no fucking motion, and they're a collection of extremely whiny fucking goddamn losers. Because they always try to like pathetically fucking aura farm when in reality they're a bunch of fucking losers that nobody fucking likes. And you know what? Good. It should stay that way. They are a bunch of fucking pathetic losers that you should constantly make fucking fun of. Yeah, like Trump's rallies do get more fucking people than that. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. But like honestly, this is just sad, man. It's pathetic. And it's just such a perfect way of like encapsulating the downfall of America, where even like the greatest moments of celebration for America are treated like the fucking jokes that they are because of the current president that's in power, who's a complete and utter fucking goddamn joke. Now, what else is in this fucking David Dole video, right? Like, wait. Administration awards more than $100 million in federal contracts to politicized network. Yeah, why am I not surprised? I mean, that's just talking about the fucking UFC fight. We all know that this is an instance where the president was trying to get himself rich. Like, that's obvious, right? We all know this. And, wait. Bro. What is this? These buildings at the Great American State Fair are just covered in printed sheets that are literally stapled on. Wow, so... Not only are they awarding a bunch of federal money to a bunch of like private contractors and Trump's fucking buddies, they're also like cheapskates about it. God, it's perfect, man. It's just a perfect fucking encapsulation of the Trump administration. Scams and then just like dog shit fucking product. Holy fucking shit, man. This is so fucking pathetic, man. Oh my fucking lord. And yeah, like making fun of the fucking crowd sizes as one should. What the fuck is this, dude? Just left the Great America State Fair where I watched Michael Knowles debate a 10-year-old. What? Dude, the main headline attraction of the fucking Great America State Fair is Michael Knowles debating a 10-year-old on the Salem witch trials. Oh my fucking lord. I bet it would be even funnier if Michael was actually getting owned in the debate. Dude, why are you debating a 10-year-old, man? Okay, bro. Actually, I think this is some footage of it right here. I need to listen to this.
Trials went a little far, is I would say they weren't organized enough. So
here's a clip.
We're listening to this.
This gets really silly.
But the one area But the one area where the Salem witch trials went a little far is, I would say, they weren't organized enough. So you had these like random judges, you know, kind of burning these ladies.
What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, man. It was man. The biggest problem with the Salem witch trials, it was so heckin' random. XD. Oh my fucking god, bro. That's too good, dude.
I don't know if they were guilty or not, but I think more if it were more formalized, built up.
Wait. I don't know if they were guilty or not. So you think they were actual witches?
That's a good point there by David. I mean, listen, knowing Michael Knowles, yeah, he probably did think the actual Salem witch trials, or the I don't know, the Salem witch trials were probably prosecuting actual witches. I mean, this is a guy who has said he wants to go back to like the to the fucking 1300s, the time of where all these like religious freaks were actually talking about, these harlots are actual witches or something. Like, okay, bro. Oh, man, dude. Why is he debating a fucking 10-year-old about this, man? Like, that's the most fucking pathetic part about all this. Dude, you're debating like, who the fuck is this dumbass debating in the red hat? Like, I guarantee you, this is like a fucking paid MAGA op. Like, and this is one of the main attractions at this dumbass fair, is to have like a closeted homosexual who definitely got piped, okay, while in college, while he was making those dumbass short films, debate about the Salem fucking witch trials. Jesus Christ, dude. This is fucking incredible, man.
You're open to the idea that they were really witches? This is the kind of shit. No wonder no one showed up. It's garbage. Like, going to watch Michael Knowles debate a 10-year-old about anything would be a waste of time, let alone debating about the Salem witch trials.
Salem witch trials, man.
Witches. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? So, this is also amazing.
Oh my god, Dr. Oz also took the stage with Dean Cain. Okay, we don't need to take a look at any more of this. Yeah, like, listen, all the dumbass, like, Trump apparatchiks and fucking buffoons. Dean Cain, if I recall correctly, that's the fucking ICE officer guy, right? Like, the actor who's, like, an ICE officer now or something, and it's, like, really soy and cringe or something. Whatever. Yeah, we don't need to take a look into any of this anymore. Like, it's stupid, it's loser shit, it's pathetic, blah, 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 blah. Dude, this is objectively, like, some of the funniest shit on the planet. But yeah, like, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Should we really be surprised that the dumbass fair, the attempted celebrations for America's 250th anniversary, were as fucking pathetic and tacky as they were? Because again, it turns out you need to actually have something worth fucking celebrating in America to have a celebration. And what is there worth celebrating within America at the moment? Oh, not really much of anything, because it turns out everything's kind of shit right now because of the economy, the person in power who's a pedophile and is doing everything possible to make America worse. Yeah, and it turns out people not actually too down with that, not actually too interested with the bullshit the president is essentially trying to fucking sell. Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised by this whatsoever. And honestly, I mean, it's great to see that it's producing about as hilarious of a fucking outcome as it is. So personally, in my opinion, I find this whole situation to be fantastic, in my opinion, because my god, it is about as pathetic as all of us could have possibly fucking hoped for. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. What is this about Gamerhole and Boy Meets Mini's Discord? Fucking Pokemon. What are you, fucking cringe? What is this? What the heck? Gamerhole. Why are the gamers in a hole? That's my question. What is this? South Asian inspired team, eh? Are there cobras in Southeast Asia? Now, okay. Listen. Alright, we'll do the meme. I'm doing the meme. First off, where the fuck are your items? Why are none of your Pokemon holding items? What the hell is this? That's my immediate... Where are the items? That's kind of important. I'm looking at the sets now. Okay. Okay. No, listen, you probably clicked the make this stat spread for me button, right? You just threw shit together, you made the theme team, okay? Listen. Listen. You've made the mistake of showing this to me. Okay, the Arcanine set. Fire Fang, Flame Charge, Rock Blast, and Roar. What the hell is this? I will make it better. Okay, first off, the Arcanine's ability should be Rock Head. Give that motherfucker Head Smash. You give that motherfucker Flare Blitz. And there you go. The Arcanine in a nutshell. Why is it good? No recoil Head Smash. Really fucking good. Braviary, Hisuian Braviary, rather. This Pokemon is bad, don't use it. This Pokemon is bad, don't use it. Why? Because it's slow. That's why it's bad, because it's slow. Copperajah. I do think that, problem with Copperajah is its moveset's just bad. We have Iron Defense, but no body press. What the hell is going on here? The Arbok has Toxic and Toxic Spikes. I mean, Glare is good. Okay, that's good. You put Glare on there. That's pretty much the only thing this thing can do. Just click the Glare button, and then Crunch. No Poison move? What is this? Then there's the Infernape. Aura Sphere, Mach Punch, Fire Punch, Sword Stance. Alright, well, change the ability from Blaze to Iron Fist. There's the first thing you gotta do. The moveset itself, I don't know why we have Aura Sphere when we're trying to go physical here, okay? What's going on here? And Fire Punch, Flare Blitz. You got a base 120 power move. Get rid of that shit. Get rid of Fire Punch, give that shit Flare Blitz. And I mean, if you really, I don't know if you want priority. I mean, if you're going Sword Stance, then yes, you probably want priority. For coverage, I don't even know. What the fuck does Infernape we can get? Probably like Thunder Punch or something. Give it Thunder Punch. There you go. And then the Mienshao. Fake Out, Calm Mind, Drain Punch, Aura Sphere. Oh, Jesus Christ. Phlegm Nation attack aside. The best Mienshao set is the Regenerator Pivoting set. That's a good fucking set. Great fucking set. And for that, what you essentially want to run is U-turn. Fake Out's fine for the pivoting set. That's free damage. Free damage is free damage. High Jump Kick. U-turn, High Jump Kick, Fake Out. What goes in the fucking fourth slot? Because the item you run is Assault Vest. So you're especially bulky. You run a little bit of HP. Actually, I should not be opening that tab. Mienshao. I don't remember what the set runs. The set was good. Back in the ye olden days of Gen 6. Oh yeah, you run Knockoff. What kind of fucking dumbass would listen to, or not listen to, but basically have porn on their fucking computer? Oh yeah, Vosh. Go on, Vosh. Hey, you run Knockoff. Of course you run Knockoff. I'm a fucking dumbass. And you either run Stone Edge or Poison Jab. Fuck the Fake Out. Because Mianchao's thing is to leverage its speed in order to get offensive pivots. That's its main fucking shtick. But there you go. I've fixed everything. Honestly, listen, I have bad news for you. Hisuian Braviary sucks. Same with Cop. Well, Coprage had the G-Max form. It's like actually interesting because it could put up Steel type Stealth Rock. That's pretty good actually. But that's banned, so meh. Shadow Luck there. And Arbok is just bad. It sucks. It's just a bad Pokemon. It sucks balls. That's about it. Shit Pokemon. Listen, I understand it's a theme team, but that doesn't mean I'm going to say that Arbok is a good Pokemon, because it's not. It's just bad. It's a bad Pokemon. What's it good for? Maybe getting a glare off and then dying. X fucking D, dude. Alright, we have acquired strange alien matter, aka Sam. Alright, the Sam fluctuators. At least you know I didn't use ChatGPT for it. Good job. Good work. You didn't. You didn't Elon Musk or something. I don't know. We'll get some reanimated Sam. The effigies are going to defile the temples. We're going to defile your temples, folks. We'll do it. I'm going to defile your temple. Oh, why would you say that? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm reanimating Sam Cedar. That's true. No, what I want specifically is this production amplifier. That's what I want. And we're going to buy some... We're going to spend coupons, because I have like 80 coupons available. Got plenty of coupons. We're going to buy some of the Sam Fluctuator, so then I can get production amplifier. I want production amplifier. We just need to make some reanimated Sam. I can make this that crafting bench? Lovely. That certainly makes my job easier. Then we'll just make a little thing. Defiling my temples? I mean, you're not my type. Alright. It's what the schizo voice is saying, okay? The schizo voice is saying defile the temples. Like, alright, I'm defiling temples then, I guess. I'm listening to the fucking schizo voice. It's telling me to do schizo stuff, so it's like, alright, I gotta do schizo stuff. Alright. If you say so. I defile temples. Alright, dude. Yeah, we're being schizos. Alright. all we got left to do is basically we have a future Daho segment we need to do because future Daho has to say stuff, and then oh, it's the fucking toilet. Oh, this is a thing from 1.2. Because I was wondering, like, what the fuck is this? I've never seen this before. It's the fucking toilet stalls that you can use as respawn points. These things are not terrible. They're okay. I'm gonna fucking skibidi your toilet. Listen, I mean, you can do that if you want, Fox of Fate. If you want to, I don't know, risk the wrath of the Quebecois. But that's honestly, that's a you problem, dude. That ain't a me problem. Honestly, I have no...
That's cringe, Jack, and your setup is weak.
I'm going to be honest here. I have no stake in that game. I'm going to be so for real. I have zero stake in that. I don't care. You want to fucking do that, dude? Be my guest. You deal with all the Quebecois fucking nationalists, dude. That's a you problem, not a me problem. I only need 110 SAM fluctuator. Okay. Because we have circuit boards, I think. I should have circuit boards just kind of lying around here somewhere. Oh, wait, I didn't read what you said properly. You're going to make all of Canada into Quebec. I will uncreate poutine. I mean, like, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Have fun dealing with, like, all the schizo Alberta separatist types. You have fun with those guys. Not because they're going to be, like, a big challenge in particular, but mostly because they're really annoying. So, I mean, if you want to play with... I'll play along with those guys. I mean, you can do that if you want. I'm not going to stop you. That's a you problem, not a me problem. Alright, now I can produce a lot more power shards than I normally should be able to. There's a reason why I saved all my power slugs, Boy Meets Mini, because I'm a smart cookie. And I have all these damn coupons. You're from Australia, so it won't be my problem. Well, I'll make it your problem. Because... Okay, besides me... You know what? What the fuck am I doing? I have a fucking grappling hook. I'm a dumbass. Do your job, damn it. Pull me the fuck up, bitch. Ow. Shut your goofy ass up. With this, I can buy so much other stuff. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ho ho. Okay, first off, let's get the SAM fluctuators. Can I not get SAM fluctuators? Putis. You're gonna turn all maple syrup into golden syrup? I mean, if you want to do that. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna really stop you. Sure. Okay. Oh god, so I can make all this stuff. Alright, fuck it. We're just gonna have to make a thing that makes reanimated Sam. And then we're just gonna have to make this shit by hand? Okay. That is acceptable. Alright, we'll just do that instead. Okay, cool. Whatever. How else will I commit war crimes on Canada? I don't know. Okay. The Fox of Fate. You're running into a little bit of a problem. And that's that Canadians don't really care. Yeah, we don't really care. No one gives a shit. Yeah, no one cares. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. Though I can't produce these things by hand. So I need 110 of these things, eh? That's fine.
Shut the fuck up. No one cares. Know your fucking place. Trash.
Shut your goofy ass up, Boy Meets Mini. Which means I need about 660 reanimated Sam. That's not too expensive. Whatever. We can just make a little facility that makes that shit. Blah, 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 blah. Making reanimated Sam is pretty cheap. 120 per minute. Oh, it's because these things produce pretty quick. You know, it's just 2 constructors. Oh, okay, that's easy. And there's all the fucking conversion recipes. Yeah, we'll get to this dumbass shit when we get to this fucking dumbass shit. But this is a later problem. A much later problem. But yeah, unfortunately, Fox of Fate, you made the mistake of talking to the one Canadian that's just like, okay, dude, whatever. Where is it? Alien technology. So we need this, which is 10 of that. Then we need this, which is 100 of that. Circuit boards we should have lying around somewhere. And then eventually the dimensional depot uploader will be taken care of eventually. Eventually. Highly calculated action. We may never... Stop the cap. Yeah, stop the fucking cap, dude. But lovely. Success. Very successful time on satisfying our fucking factory. It's fucking late and I need to get through the other shit that we have to talk about right now. I've been faffing about a little bit too long. Been faffing about a little too long. It's time to do the future Daho segment. Alright. Let's do this. Hello, future Daho here. So, all that, you know, bloviating I was doing about what the Supreme Court may do in terms of the policy that they have when they constantly punt a bunch of rulings when it comes to especially birthright fucking citizenship, we can completely throw that all out of the window because the Supreme Court rules against Trump's order to try to limit birthright fucking citizenship. And it was a very close vote. 5-4. Yeah, 5-4. With Amy Coney Barrett and Chief Justice John Roberts, of course, being the main two, specifically to vote alongside the liberal justices in maintaining this. Okay, honestly, like, you just, like, look at the Constitution itself, it's very obvious and clear, I think, within the 14th Amendment, like, what is essentially outlined there in terms of birthright citizenship. It's like, it's an... the fact that it took this long to get to this point, when it's already a extremely obvious open and shut case, should be... I don't know, like, that's another problem in itself. whatever. We're talking about the Trump administration here. If they can actively shut on the Constitution, they will actively shut on the Constitution. They've made it very, very, very fucking clear that they do not give much of a flying fuck at all in terms of the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. And like I said before, the reason why the citizenship clause exists for the 14th Amendment is because of all of the African American slaves that they took over from Africa. That's why it fucking exists. Again, the 13th and the 14th Amendment got put in place pretty much in tandem with one another. And yeah, it was because of fucking slavery, but whatever. Trump doesn't know or care about that. But yes, these are the two specifically who, again, ruled against Trump in terms of the executive order. The one who wrote the biggest dissent was, of course, Clarence Thomas, which all the conservative dumbfucks were swaying out over. I don't know why Clarence Thomas decided to write a 91-page dissent about this. I mean, he's a compromised dumbass who essentially exists for one purpose and one purpose only, to get as much, money from Harlan Crow as possible, right? Because, again, corrupt fucking shithead. And there was also the dissent by Brett Kavanaugh, who was talking about, the constitutionality of the sort of, I don't know, birthright fucking citizenship. His dissent was probably one of the dumbest fucking things I think I've ever heard of on the planet. And it's one of those situations where you just sit there and you're just like, okay, man, sure, bro, you sure have a lot in order to be able to impart on all of this. Fucking Brett Kavanaugh. Maybe your dumbass is drinking too many beers or something. It's fucking stupid, dude. But obviously the president is taking this quite fucking, I don't know, in stride? Yeah, in stride. But first off, okay, the Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship. It's not a law that was passed by Congress. It was written in the Constitution. Yeah, you can't pass a law to override the Constitution. You can't do that. You can't do it. Stupid. Which is bad for our country, but we can easily make it up in Congress through legislation. How the fuck are you going to do that, you idiot? Again, it is a part of the Constitution. The birthright, the citizenship clause within the 14th Amendment. That's a part of the Constitution. You need a constitutional amendment. There's no law that'll make it work. Stupid. With the support of the president that has now been determined during this process, no longer an unwieldy constitutional amendment is necessary. What? Hold on, what? No longer an unwieldy constitutional amendment is necessary? Wait, what? Does he think he could just, write the Constitution however the fuck he wants now or something? No. No. I don't even think the Supreme Court would allow him to be able to do that, because that would directly take out their power as well. What the fuck is this? I don't even know what he's saying here. I know that Donald Trump actively spits on the Constitution at any point in time that he can fucking try to, but this is just a no. You can't fucking do this. This is just fucking stupid. Congress should start today to work on ending expensive and unfair to our country birthright citizenship. Stupid, obviously. It's a part of the Constitution. You can't do shit about it. They'll have my complete and total support, President Donald J. Trump. Meanwhile, he's also coping and seething about the SAVE Act, which is not ever going to see the light of day because they don't even have the votes to be able to pass it. So I don't know. It's just fucking cope and seethe, Trump. Obviously, I think really the biggest concern is the fact that it was as close as it was. It was a 5-4 fucking decision when this should have been 9-0. Unanimous fucking consent by the court. It's just no, it's clearly within the Constitution. Shut your goofy ass up. But then again, it should really just more outline just how ridiculously partisan the Supreme Court has basically gone. It's very ridiculous. But here, the next thing to try to cope about this is what? DOJ orders a crackdown on birth tourism. So now the next talking point by the Republicans is that apparently a bunch of migrants come up in order to be able to have births within the United States of America or something, in order to be able to have them be like American citizens through birthright citizenship, and then they do what exactly? Like, I don't know, like come back down to the country that they were, I don't know, originally residing in or something, so they can have like American citizenship, like they're collecting a Pokemon badge or something. I don't know what this means by birth fucking tourism. Like, I mean, it's just fucking stupid. And as expected, the obvious suspects are fucking coping about this. We have Matt Walsh saying that apparently SCOTUS is opening the floodgates by upholding fucking birthright citizenship. Sure, man, because he probably believes in the birth tourism fucking bullshit when there's already not that many migrants coming up through the fucking border. Obviously, it's fucking stupid, bro. Like, don't pull back when the lesbian activists start screeching about it. Use whatever force is necessary. There's no other option. Birthright fucking citizenship has nothing to do with immigration, you fucking moron. But then again, it's Matt Walsh. He LARPs as a fucking Canadian in order to, I don't know, compensate for the fact that he's not a man or something. Like, I don't know, bro. Fucking stupid. And obviously, this other, 3 IQ moron, Gunther fucking Eagleman, who makes, a dog shit AI video. Who cares about, what the substance is here? It doesn't matter. It's an AI, literal slop video. Who cares? Is coping and fucking seething about the Supreme Court saying, yeah, we should obviously not destroy the Constitution for no reason. This is fucking stupid, but whatever. Who cares? These people are all fucking stupid. Yeah, the Supreme Court has actually upheld in a 5-4 fucking decision, which should not have been that close, but hey, whatever. We're here now. But they upheld the 14th Amendment, which is obvious and fucking clear about its fucking position, saying, you know what? Maybe we should not destroy the birthright clause within the 14th, amendment. So very, very, very fucking cool that this is the fucking case. That it was upheld at the very least, but the fact that it was that close is a concern in of itself. But then again, we talked about how the ridiculous partisanship of the fucking Supreme Court. It's bad, blah, 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 highly corrupt, yada, yada, yada. Should really go without saying. Anywho, Future Daho out. There it is, the official call for Malat Kiros. 92% and 51% of the vote. There it fucking is. Fantastic. Great to fucking see. Another DSA House member. Big news. Big news. All right. Big news. Let's get started. Breaking. Another big W for DSA and Malat. Malat? Yeah, we'll go with Malat. Kiros. DSA endorsed candidate winning in Colorado's 1st district, which is a deep blue district. within Colorado. And the results are in. 93% of the votes have been counted, with about 51% of the fucking vote. I believe Hassan himself was also on the ground campaigning for Malat Kiros. And from what I understand, great candidate. The standard stuff of wanting to stop having the arms embargo for Israel. She's good on Ukraine as well. Medicare for all, the standard sort of like progressive legislative suite. And it is another do-nothing, corporatist, dumbfuck Democrat who has been in Congress for about 30 years, ever since 1997. Just like a bench warmer who's essentially just like another vote for the Dems who just like sits there, believes in nothing, and is again a further encapsulation for the fundamental rot that is the Democratic fucking party and the do-nothingness of that party specifically. So great to fucking see that. I think her name is Diana DeJette, who I think was like in support of like I think a data center being built within her fucking district, which nobody fucking wanted, and mostly in a poor black area of Denver. We shouldn't be really surprised by that whatsoever. And took a bunch of fucking big tech money and APAC money and whatnot, and was also, I believe, a part of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. So, someone who takes APAC affiliate money and big tech money, is in the CPC. I've said that before, but that caucus needs a bit of a fucking cleaning out if a dumbass like this is in there. But now she's being replaced by a significantly better candidate in Malat Kiros. So it's great to see. It's fantastic news. Obviously, this was not the only race that happened within Colorado. One of the other races that was looking kind of interesting in terms of the voting was this one right here between John Hickenlooper and Julie Gonzalez, who is also another DSA fucking back candidate. It seems like that, unfortunately, she was just not quite able to make it there, but this is still a pretty decent result here, all things considered. Apparently, like, a lot of Hickenlooper voters also voted for Malat fucking Kiros, which is very, very interesting, but, like, whatever. I mean, Hickenlooper is obviously, like, he's the same standard corporatist fucking Democratic senator, very boring, stupid, blah, 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 blah. More than likely, he's probably going to retain his position as Senate, as the senator from Colorado, or one of the fucking senators from Colorado. But still, I mean, this is a pretty decent overall result. And listen, keep at it, Julie Gonzalez, I think she's like a union head, I think, as well. Union girl, lots of like progressive sort of bona fides, and it's like, okay, I mean, that's like pretty good and all and whatnot. And I believe another one that was kind of interesting was the Democratic primary specifically for the governorship. So Michael Bennett, this again, another uninteresting moderate corporate Democratic type, and I'm not sure who Phil Weiser is. Some other fucking jabroni, whatever, who really cares. Phil Weiser running in the position of governorship for Colorado for the Democratic side, because the current governor that's in right now is Jared Polis, who is a Democrat. The same motherfucker who also pardoned Tina Peters, who is that like insane fucking weirdo who basically, well, for lack of a better term, tried to rig some fucking goddamn votes in favor of the fucking Republican Party. Like, she's an election denier and is a complete fucking psychopath. Should really go without saying. And Jared Polis decided to fucking pardon her for some reason. But it looks like Phil Weiser, because I don't think Jared Polis is very popular right now, because everyone's like chewing him out correctly for that. And like when he did an interview, when someone was asking about that, he basically like just like kind of coped and seethed about it. Yeah, he basically just like coped about it. saying like, well, I'm being silenced for what I decided to do as governor. It's like, no, the Democrats that are mostly within Colorado, which make up the main constituency and voter base in that fucking state, are like rightfully pissed with you for the fact that you decided to be like, I'm gonna pardon this like election denying freak in Tina Peters for what exactly? Meh, for some like vague notions of like national unity or some other fuck shit that dumbass was saying. It's like, no, actually, fuck that bitch. She should have stayed in jail because what she did was obviously wrong and bad. But here's Jared Polis saying like, I care about helping out Republicans for some reason. It's like, okay, fuck off, dude. It's time for, I don't know, Phil Weiser to probably replace him. Which I, again, don't really know much about Phil Weiser. Not that it really matters. It's probably better than Jared Polis or like Michael fucking Bennett, who's just like, honestly, like generic moderate Democrat template. Like very, very fucking uninteresting individual. Not really much to fucking say there in particular. But yeah, what else is there to really say? Obviously, overall, pretty good fucking results in terms of the DSA. The main sort of candidate that mostly people were cheering on for in Milot Kiros. I don't really care about any of the other races. Yeah, who gives a shit about these other races? They're probably going to lose or win in their respective seats. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't really matter. But Milot Kiros, a fantastic DSA-backed candidate, and I believe this is the 6th candidate, specifically backed by the DSA, who is now going to see, or is going to be the fucking Congress member of Colorado's 1st district. And I mean, this is a very deep blue district. She's more than likely going to win over this Peterson individual. Jordan Peterson, yeah. So, I mean, it's more or less a fucking shoe-in for her to be in position of power. But that is the 6th Democratic fucking, or rather DSA-backed Democrat getting into a position of power. And again, more and more of this is going to keep happening, where more of these DSA candidates are going to be able to win their fucking races all across the United States of America, and it's going to prompt more and more people to want to join in on the DSA and to actually start fighting for change and replacing their fucking Congress members who are fundamentally just wholeheartedly just completely cucked to capital, and people are making it rather clear that they are rather sick of that and would prefer to have people who are actually in positions of power who are willing to fucking fight for their constituents, which people who are a part of DSA are actually interested in that. So, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know, Cope and fucking Seethe, APAC and all the centrist loser dumb fuck Dems, blue MAGA types, more and more of your centrist weirdos are going to keep losing because of the fact that the American people have made it rather clear that neoliberalism is dead and people want some form of a fucking change. Yeah, it's been made rather fucking goddamn clear. And there's going to be more and more candidates that are going to be popping up all over the place in various fucking districts all over the fucking country because people have made it clear that they want some kind of a change and that more of the same is no longer fucking effective. Listen, as Einstein himself said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again. And I guess the fucking Democrats are deciding to choose the path of insanity rather than that of what the fucking constituency actually fucking wants, and that is greater economic emancipation. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Wicked. What the fuck are we rating out to today? Also, of course, before I forget, of course, gamers. Tomorrow we've got something that's been in the works for a bit of a while now, and it's more or less pretty much prepared for tomorrow. Very cool, very, very good. Blah, 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 blah. We will see it be rolled out tomorrow. Oh, excuse me, tomorrow. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. And I'm looking forward to it. Very, very cool. Anywho, we're gonna raid out. I'm gonna raid out to Riverboat Jack. That's who we're raiding out to today. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you are a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the transfer with the Daho Raidba. If you are a non-sub, you say the Wowie with the Daho Raidba. That's how I show appreciation. Those are Into the Keys gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.